Yeah, thanks. Thanks everyone. I've seen someone who's been here yesterday. We had like I don't know 8 hours of like talking about strange stuff, and today we have another 8 hours also to talk about strange stuff. So I'm very happy to organize this symposium. It's mostly like I'm trying to invited friends who are like thinking in the same line with what I've been thinking for such a long time. And this is people I really love, and then I really admire their project. I really admire their ideas. So I'm very happy that people can gather in here. So today it's well, if someone who came yesterday was pretty much focused on supernatural, Southeast Asia, sound, and a little bit kind of like possessions, etc. And today we are really going into the deep, diving into the idea of the kind of like the some kind of like the backbone of my project here in Gasworks, which is a Sufism, and how we think how we understand Sufism as some sort of kind of like a different kind of tools and apparatus to understanding the world. So today it's pretty much focused on the a different kind of idea and worldviews that is in betweenness of a scientific minds, but also like this the weird, the mystical, the supernatural as well, but outside the Southeast Asia. So now we are going into a different kind of a direction today. Yeah, very happy you're here, and I hope you enjoy it. And thanks a lot for Gasworks for allowing me to kind of like putting up these ideas and inviting the people that I really love to come in here. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Thank you all for being here on an early Sunday morning. Thank Riar for this amazing, generous invitation that Azur and I have taken to explore a really rich and fantastic world that hopefully you guys can share some glimpses into with us today. And thank you, Rosa, and thank you, Len, and thanks for all the team here at Gasworks who are really amazing and have made this feel like super intimate and special, and I really appreciate that. I just want to check, Azur, are you here?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, yes.
Do you hear me?
Azur will be perpetually, yes, we can hear you and we can see you. Um,
Nice.
yeah, okay. Shall we begin?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Um, so we are presenting a book today. Do you want to say the title of the book? The suspense, yes. The
Uh,
suspense of the lag.
yeah, we're here, right?
Yeah, we're here. We're here. We can
Okay,
see you. We can hear you. Let's start.
okay. Well, hi everyone. Thank you for coming on this on Sunday, and thanks for the really generous invitation. And as you mentioned, we're here today to dive into a book titled مناهج السالكين في ركب البحار ومناقب الهالكين في دفع الأغيار.
Yeah, so
The methods of the seekers in the ship of the sea.
No, no, you go ahead.
Yeah. I think we have a small delay. I think that's why yeah.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the methods of the seekers in the ship of the seas and the virtues of the doomed in repelling external influences. And this book is it's kind of like a how-to. It's a guide that informs the methodology and the jihad and practice of Sayyid al-Hurra. And Sayyid al-Hurra is the pirate queen, the defender of the seas. Maybe we can see Sayyid al-Hurra up on the screen. Um, and she was born in 1485 in Chefchaouen, She was the first generation after her parents were expelled from Al-Andalus, Andalusia. Her parents were Ali ibn Rashid al-Almi, the founder and the Amir of Chefchaouen, and Lalla Zohra Fernandez from Vejer de la Frontera near Cadiz. And, you know, she's born in 1485, so this is, you know, 4 years before the so-called advent of modernity. It's a very pivotal time in the history of the world. She's the first generation after European expulsion. And she's born and raised in Chefchaouen, which then she moves after. But while she's raised there, Chefchaouen is a mountain, for those who don't know, or it's a mountainous region. And that's significant because it provided for Sayyida an ideal location in the kind of tradition of ascetic retreat to grow up in a world of knowledge seeking and knowledge gaining. And it was there that she had a really rich education, no different from the education of her brothers. And she was taught theology, mathematics, science, and languages. She was fluent in Portuguese and Castellano, and Arabic, of course. And she learned from many people there, but one of the most important teachers that she had was the biggest sheikh in her father's diwan, which was Muhammad bin Abdullah al-Ghazwani, who was born in the north of Morocco, but died in 1529 in Marrakesh, and it was there that he was sainted and became one of the 7 saints of Marrakesh. And he taught her lots of knowledge. He has the knowledge of the land, so knowledge of plants, of soils, of trees, of earths, of digging wells and creating channels underground for water. And his tariqa, or his school, Jazuleya, had 2 purposes. One was to teach the betterment of the self. It's a big kind of topic in Sufism. And the second was to prepare for the defense against external danger. And this was the threat of European invasion, but it's also an existential threat within Sufism. So then Sayyida got her education. She wasn't so old when she got married, but she got married, I think, when she was around 14 or 15, and she went to Tetuan, which is near the coast, the Mediterranean coast, so further north. And it was there that she took an active role in combat in the seas, and was very victorious in her resistance against the Portuguese. And then she ruled Tetuan as the empress, or emir, and she governed internal affairs. She had a very kind of strategic political approach to governance. She was she was a pirate and she was a fighter, but she was also diplomatic. She had trade agreements with Portuguese and so on. And she understood that in order to defend her territory, and her territory at that time was also a kind of synecdoche for the territory of the Islamic world, she had to rule the seas, and she had to become master of the seas. Eventually, after all of these reigning victories and kind of, miraculous keepings of the Europeans at bay, Sayyida was dethroned, as many of the kind of rulers of the time were, by her own family. And she returned to Chefchaouen in her old age and returned to the world of asceticism and knowledge and betterment of the self that kind of had colored her youth. So for us, the question is, what made Sayyida al-Hurra able to defend such a vast territory so successfully, and what does she represent as a woman, born in this exodus, taught by saints and sheikhs and masters, and she was victorious in sea and in battle. So what can we learn from her, and how can we start to access the realm of knowledge that she used to stage this defense? So the kind of knowledges that she has is a breadth of, you know, all-encompassing knowledge, from the knowledge of building to the knowledge of defending, to the knowledge of divine trust, the knowledge of jihad, the knowledge of the cosmos, the knowledge of the seas. So we're gonna try to understand that knowledge production through the manahij, or the methods. That's the kind of shortened title of the book. Azur?
This concise introduction to who is actually Sayyid al-Hurra, and actually articulating the questions that we are interested in. Maybe I'll bring a small meta moment to this, because yeah, like today we're gonna talk about like a book that's supposedly from the library of Sayyid al-Hurra, and like we're asking the question, there's an important question that has to do a lot with like recovering this knowledge in a way. We wanted to put maybe ourselves in the skin of Sayyid al-Hurra. But that's an opportunity. I would use a word that may be used a lot, but like this is like more for me or for us, like it's a decolonial opportunity as well, in terms of like how, like when I say decolonial opportunity, because there's like massive libraries and heritage and written in books, and actually what colonialism and Orientalism did to it brought already a gaze that see it from outside, and maybe us as a new generation maybe aware of like maybe the global context today, we always find the difficulty to access it, split a reason, but like a type of like split reason, or like a fractured reason in a way, where we are kind of between different epistemologies when we wanted to study these old texts and writings. Do we think from it as like historians, as like, can we, or like maybe not even like historians, but saying like maybe contaminated by the Western modern way of looking into the history, and seeing this like as an old manuscript that kind of talked about or talk about a specific time within history. Like, for instance, here like in the 16th century, which is also a very important moment, at least in the Maghreb or like the North African context. There's another element which is also maybe to prepare toward the text, is something about the omnidirectionality of the text itself, but maybe that is gonna be more clear when we go through it. But yeah, like one of the questions I ask, like, have you ever encountered a book that was maybe written 600 years ago and never written at all? And this book only appears when, or the moment of the reading. Have you ever wondered about traveling to the farthest reaches of the vast universe, returning and then swimming into the depth of microscopic worlds, only to return to all these like places? Do you know what does it take? And what type of technological or technologies that would grant this such an ability? And what would the maps that guide us through all this world look like? Does this ship have a captain or elders? Is this ship strong enough to withstand the hardship and the difficulties of travel? What type of energy and propulsion does it use? And what enemies and outsiders can this, and if this ship can really defend itself?
Yeah, this book is it's a sensory experience, and it came to us through, like Azur was saying, you know, the creative imagination of studying and reading and talking and feeling. This is, for us, a book of books, and it would have been found on the same shelf as Al-Jahid or Al-Jazri. And it draws on the wisdom of a series of teachers, without going into it too much, outlining the first teacher being the Prophet Muhammad and his teachings. And then Khidr, who is more than human and less than God. And Khidr is a messenger that is sent to Moses to teach him a series of lessons. One of them happens at sea. And another is Moses himself, who teaches us many lessons. Ibn Arabi, of course, the teacher of all teachers, and the one who has all the knowledge, who is a 12th century writer, prolific Sufi, and is sainted by some. There's more teachers. Do you want to talk about the other teachers?
I mean, you already mentioned Sidi Abdullah al-Ghazwani, which is for us like a really key figure as well, like as a first because he was the master or like the teacher of Sayyid al-Hurra, and also, I mean, they met also like when he was also in his early time, but when he moved to Marrakesh, he opened his own zawiya, and then he was known for specific knowledges related to water and the creation of canals, but also farming as well. And these are seen or arrived to us as like form of dignities, you know. Then we have Mahmoud Darwish, who's like maybe a modern poet and prophet as well, who maybe in his last like 10 years book, 11, the 11th planets, kind of articulated the ramification of Sukut Gharnata, the fall of Grenade, in toward the history of colonialism until we arrived to Palestine. And then maybe Hajj Tadli, who is an engineer from 18th century, born and worked in Saleh, also connected to a movement of piracy historically. And he wrote maybe one of the last technical book on the art of building ships.
Yeah, there's also one Amir Abd al-Qadir, who is a 19th century Algerian revolutionary, but also a Sufi figure and a teacher of the Qadriya tariqa. And so we draw on all of these, and they all come to us through this book. And the way that the kind of knowledge world of Sayyida is presented to us through this book is presented as a circle or a series of circles, or a series of seas or a series of oceans. So there's the first circle, the first sea, the first chapter, the second circle, the second sea, the second chapter, and so on. And each sea is an infinite realm of knowledge, right? So there's no boundaries. There's a Sufi saying, the sea has no shore. So that's the kind of threshold that we're working with. And the Sufi often uses the term sea to refer to the Quran, the holy book. Yeah, so let's start reading the book.
Bismillah.
Everything starts with the Bismillah, like in the name of God, the most righteous, the most merciful.
Do we?
Yes, we can see.
Are we?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
So this is the first circle, the first chapter, the first sea, Al-Bahr al-Azim, or the Great Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just read a little bit of the English before you go into it, okay? So the Great Ocean symbolizes the infinite divine existence, referring to the greatness of Allah and His limitless power that cannot be measured or conceived. This ocean is seen as an expansive, boundless space that encompasses the entire universe, where everything belongs to Allah's will and greatness.
And as you mentioned, like the first ocean or the first sea maybe is the one that contains all the other oceans and seas. The Al-Bahr al-Azim, but at the same time contain already other oceans or smaller oceans. The first one is بحر النفع. بحر النفع, the ocean of benefit. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله الذي سخر لكم البحر لتجري الفلك فيه بأمره ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون. صدق الله العظيم. It is Allah who subjected to you the sea so that the ships may sail upon it by his commands and that you may seek of his bounty and perhaps you will be grateful. البحر الثاني or the second بحر is بحر العون. The third sea بحر الابتلاء, the ocean of trial and test. The fourth is بحر العلم, the sea of knowledge. This chapter is known for the story of Al-Khidr.
Okay, maybe I'll tell the story of Khidr now. Okay. So this is the story of Khidr as told in the Quran. Moses found Khidr, one of Allah's servants, whom Allah had honored uniquely and taught knowledge from his own presence. Moses said to him, I would like to accompany you. And Khidr answered him, you cannot bear to accompany me. Moses was surprised and insisted that he was able to do so. And Khidr said, you cannot. But if you do not ask about what I am doing, no matter what you see me do. On that condition alone you may follow. But if you wish to ask questions, do not follow me. And this meant that Khidr was going to do something that Moses would not understand, although he was a messenger of a great religion. He was in need of Khidr to teach him something. They took a boat and crossed the Tiberias River in Palestine. When they had reached the middle of the river, Khidr made a hole in the boat in order for it to sink. Moses was unable to keep silent, saying, why are you doing this childish act? Those people gave you the boat, and you are now destroying it. Khidr replied, did I not tell you you would be unable to keep company with me? Moses had not yet understood, even though he was a prophet and could read hearts, that there was something taking place that he did not know. Khidr said, O Moses, what we do is what Allah tells us to do. I caused this boat to sink. I destroyed it because there is a tyrant who is seizing every boat from the poor people on that side of the city. In order for those people not to lose their boat, I made it sink. That tyrant is going to die tomorrow. And tomorrow they can retrieve their boat and use it safely. You did not understand God's wisdom. And Khidr says to Moses in the Quranic story, God has taught me a knowledge which he did not teach you, and he has taught you a knowledge which you did not teach me.
Inside البحر العظيم we have بحر السجور, which is the ocean of light. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والطور وكتاب مسطور في رق منشور والبيت المعمور والسقف المرفوع والبحر المسجور. The last ocean within the great ocean is بحر البرزخ, the ocean of Barzakh. And that's how we go through the first chapter.
The second chapter, the second sea, the second circle, or second of many circles. Bahr al-Asrar, the ocean of secrets.
بحر الأسرار.
Ibn Arabi. Ibn Arabi echoes the Quranic story of the 3 lessons from Moses by speaking of 3 separate occasions which he met and benefited from Khidr. Khidr is the same figure we just saw, but Ibn Arabi is in the 12th century.
اللقاء الأول. كنت قد نازعت شيخا لي في مسألة وخرجت من عنده فلقيت الخضر فقال لي سلم إلى الشيخ مقالته فرجعت إلى الشيخ من حين فلما دخلت عليه منزله فكلمني قبل أن أكلمه وقال لي يا محمد أحتاج في كل مسألة تنازعني فيها أن يوصيك الخضر بالتسليم للشيوخ فلما كان بعد مدة دخلت على الشيخ فوجدته قد رجع إلى قولي في تلك المسألة وقال لي إني كنت على غلط فيها وأنت المصيب فقلت له يا سيدي علمت الساعة أنا الخضر ما أوصاني إلا بالتسليم.
This is the first meeting. Ibn Arabi met Khidr in Sevilla, and he taught him to submit to spiritual masters and not to contradict them. On that day, Ibn Arabi had contradicted the master on a particular topic and left his presence. He then met Khidr in the Qaws al-Hanaya quarter of Seville, and Khidr told Ibn Arabi, submit to what the Sheikh says. So he went straight back to the master who spoke to him before he could say anything, saying, Oh, Ibn Arabi, does this mean that every time you contradict me on some matter, I have to ask Khidr to tell you to submit to your master? Ibn Arabi said, Master, are you saying that the person who instructed me was Khidr? And he said, yes, indeed. Then Ibn Arabi said, Praise be to God for this teaching. The second meeting, اللقاء الثاني.
خرجت إلى السياحة بساحل البحر المحيط ومعي رجل ينكر خرق العوائد للصالحين فدخلت مسجدا خرابا منقطعا لأصلي فيه أنا وصاحبي صلاة الظهر فإذا بجماعة من السائحين المتقطعين أو المنقطعين يعني الصلاة كبير والقد أكبر منه منزلة وكان بيني وبين ذاك الرجل اجتماع قبل ذلك ومودة فقمت فسلمت عليه فسلم علي وفرح بي وتقدم بنا يصلي فلما فرغنا من الصلاة خرج الإمام وخرجت خلفه وهو يريد باب المسجد وكان الباب في الجانب الغربي يشرف على البحر المحيط بموضع يسمى بكة فقمت أتحدث معه وقلت إنه الخضر قد أخذ حصيرا صغيرا كان في محراب المسجد فبسطه في الهواء على قدر علو 7 أذرع من الأرض ووقف على الحصير في الهواء ينتقل وأشار إلى صاحبي الذي كان ينكر خرق العوائد وهو قاعد في صحن المسجد ينظر إليه ليعلم أن الله يفعل ما يشاء مع من يشاء فردت وجهي إلى المنكر وقلت له ما تقول فقال ما بعد العين ما يقال.
So this meeting took place in a ruined mosque somewhere on the Atlantic coast near present-day Cape Trafalgar. Traveling in the company of a young man who denied the possibility of miracles, Ibn Arabi arrived at a mosque in time to perform the prayer. A group of wandering pilgrims who had secluded themselves had also just arrived, also intending to perform the prayer, and among them was Khidr. At the end of the prayer, Ibn Arabi stood talking to a friend at the door of the mosque, when the man who he had been told was Khidr took a prayer rug from the mihrab of the mosque, stretched it out in the air 7 cubits above the ground, and got onto it to perform the supplicatory prayers. Ibn Arabi asked his friend, "Have you seen this man and what he's doing?" And he told Ibn Arabi to go over and ask him about it. And when Khidr had finished praying, suspended in the sky, Ibn Arabi greeted him and recited some verses to him. He told Ibn Arabi, "I only did what you saw for the sake of that denier over there," pointing to his traveling companion who had denied miracles, in order that he might know that God does what he wishes and with whomever he wishes. Ibn Arabi went over to the denier and asked him what he had to say for himself, and he replied, "What is there to say after seeing that?" The third meeting, اللقاء الثالث.
نعم. وقد رأينا من رأى واتفق لنا في شأنه أمر عجيب. كنت بمرسى تونس بالحفرة في مركب في البحر فأخذني وجع بطني وأهل المركب قد ناموا فقمت إلى جانب السفينة وتطلعت إلى البحر فرأيت شخصا على بعد على بعد في ضوء القمر، وكانت ليلة البدر، وهو يأتي على وجه الماء حتى وصل إلي فوقف معي ورفع قدمه الواحدة واعتمد على الأخرى فوق الماء، فرأيت باطنها وما أصابها بلل، ثم اعتمد عليها ورفع الأخرى فكانت كذلك، ثم تكلم معي بكلام كان عنده، ثم سلم وانصرف يطلب المنارة محرسا على شاطئ البحر على تل بيننا وبينه مسافة تزيد على ميلين، فقطع المسافة فسمعت صوته وهو على ظهر المنارة يسبح لله تعالى.
This meeting, the third meeting, took place at night on the sea, under the full moon above the Bay of Tunis. Ibn Arabi was returning from a visit to one of his sheikhs, Al-Kinani, at Al-Marsa, a village near Tunis. As he looked out to the sea from his boat, and everyone else was asleep, Ibn Arabi saw a man walking across the water towards him. Upon reaching the boat, this man stood on one leg and raised the other so that Ibn Arabi could see that his foot was not wet. Then he raised the other leg, and Ibn Arabi saw the same. It was not wet. After that, he conversed with Ibn Arabi in a language which was special to him. Then he took his leave and went off in the direction of the lighthouse, which stood on top of a hill a good 2 miles away, but it only took him 2 or 3 paces to cover the distance. Ibn Arabi could hear him from a distance on top of the lighthouse glorifying God. The third chapter, the third sea,
بحر النقطة.
This is the sea of the point, the ocean of a point, which is a Sufi term referring to the first point from which all creation and existence is emanated. In Sufism, this point represents the beginning of creation, the original source of existence, symbolizing the oneness that existed before all beings became numerous and diverse.
اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد نقطة باء البداية الأزلية، ونقطة نون النهاية الدائمة السرمدية، ونقطة ضاء الظهور الفوقية الحسية، ونقطة باء بواطن الأمور الغيبية، ونقطة غين الغنى والأسرار الباطنية، ونقطة ضاد ضوء ضياء الأنوار الكونية، ونقطة جيم جمال التجليات الإلهية، ونقطة خاء الخيرات الربانية، ونقطة ذات الله في الأسماء القدسية، ونقطة زين الزكاة التصويرية، ونقطة فاء الفناء الأولية والآخرية، ونقطة طلاقة الصور الكلية والجزئية، ونقطة نون نور الأنوار الملكوتية، ونقطة غين الغناية الكلية الكاملة للأمة المحمدية، ونقطة فائض الفيوضات الفردانية.
O Allah, send blessings, peace, and mercy upon our Master Muhammad, the point of the letter Ba of the letter eternal beginning, and the point of the letter Nun of the everlasting end, the point of the letter Da of the outward, elevated, and perceptible manifestation, and the point of the letter Ba of the inner, unseen matters, the point of the letter Ghain of wealth and hidden secrets, the point of the letter Dad of the light of cosmic radiance, the point of the letter Jim of the beauty of divine manifestations, the point of the letter Kha of the divine blessings, the point of the letter Dal of the essence of God and the sacred names, the point of the letter Z of the spiritual purity of images, the point of the letter Fa of the initial and ultimate annihilation, the point of the letter Ta of the full and partial manifestations of divine forms, the point of the letter Nun of the light of divine illuminations, and the point of the letter Ghain of the complete and perfect spiritual wealth for the Muhammadan nation, and the point of the letter Fa of the singular individual divine outpourings. I'm going to start the second reading in English. You don't hear me. I'm just going to do it. Afterward, the sheikh, who is the model, meets the desires of truth in both concealment and public speech. So stand and avoid what knowledge condemns, and seek what it praises, for that is the gathering of pearls. And if you direct your soul towards poverty, cast away its desires and steer away from evil. Place it in the hands of the sheikh like a child under his care, leaving without weaning from the stone and the rock. And the one who is not stripped of his will, let him not aspire to sniff the fragrance of poverty. Thus, if his existence is mighty, but in resolve he is free from difficulty, and the sheikh has signs, if they are not with him, then he is nothing, but in the nights of desire he finds ease. If he does not have knowledge of the outward appearance, al-ilm al-zahir, the external knowledge, empirical knowledge, and not of the inward, the knowledge of the stomach or of the intuition. You hear loop? Oh no. That's crazy. Riar said it's like the circles. You don't hear. It's like yesterday. And if the truth's miracles are written in lines, do not reveal a single letter from everything else in the script, except to the sheikh. Do not hide a secret from him, for he, in the realm of revealing secrets, flows like the sea's tide. Be patient with the blessings when they rise towards you, for they rise towards you like birds in the land and the sea. Be patient with adversity, for it will reach you, whether it is divine benefit or harm that comes to you. For nourishment is taken only from what is pure in origin, even if you are only nourished a few nights a month. Do not be among those who cannot part from their bread, for the constant generosity of the truth is ever flowing. What certainty is there in storing a piece of bread? You have come with something defective, weaker than the tiniest particle, and worse than that even is offering poor hospitality, bringing forth what is unworthy and showing ingratitude in what you provide. And when you travel, the place is ahead of you, before you, ahead of all travel within travel, and this, even if it does not appear to you as is an illusion. For stinginess is an aspect not to be mistaken, and sincerity will never be achieved by the one who forsakes food for what resembles rice and wheat. In every food and in every garment there is piety for the pious, even in the smallest of things. Do not be among those who have exclusive rulings for certain matters and neglect what lies beyond those rulings. The time for asceticism has arrived, welcoming it and greeting it. Your place is between the dawn and the sacrifice. You have secluded yourself from worldly possessions, seeing nothing. You incline to the kingdom, even if your kingdom is fraught with danger. Bahr al-Harf, the fourth circle. How's it going? I have a feeling I'm being texted. Of the light of the divine. No, that's good. Do you hear me? Should we restart the Zoom? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. We're gonna restart the Zoom. Hello? Hello? حديث السفينة.
مثل القائم في حدود الله والواقع فيها كمثل قوم استهموا على سفينة فصار بعضهم أعلاها وبعضهم أسفلها وكان الذين في أسفلها إذا استقوا من الماء مروا على من فوقهم فقالوا لو أنا خرقنا في نصيبنا خرقا ولم نؤذي من فوقنا فإن تركوهم وما أرادوا هلكوا جميعا وإن أخذوا على أيديهم نجوا ونجوا جميعا.
This is the saying of the boat, one of the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad. Truly the people of my house, Ahl al-Bayt, in my community is like Noah's Ark. Whoever takes refuge therein is saved, and whoever opposes it is drowned. Bahr al-Harf, the sea of the letter.
خضت بحرا وقف الأنبياء بساحله. ما معناه؟ وقفوا بساحله ليعيروا فيه من رأوا فيه أهلية العبور والأركان يمنع من ليس فيه أهلية له وليدركوا من أشرف على الغرق كما يتأخر الأفضل ليشفع في دخول الجنة ويدخل المفضول.
Abd al-Qadir al-Kilani was asked about Abu Yazid saying, I crossed a sea and the Prophet stopped at its shore. What does it mean? He replied, it means they stopped at its shore to allow those they saw fit to cross, and the pillars prevent those who are not fit to cross, and to catch up with those who are on the verge of drowning, just as the best is delayed to intercede for entering paradise and the less fortunate enters. As for the Sufis, they sometimes use the term sea to refer to the Holy Quran. Ash-Shar'ani says the sea is the great Quran for those who understand what the Quran is. It is the deep one whose meanings cannot be understood. If the one dives into it did not intend to go to places close to the shore, he would never come out to creation. That is why the Sufi says the sea has no shore. The fifth circle. The fifth chapter. بحر الغرب الغريب.
بحر الغريب.
بحر الغريب. وأما
which is the sea of the stranger. And وأما غربة العارفين فهي مفارقتهم لإمكانهم فإن الممكن وطنه الإمكان وموطن الممكن العدم أولا وهو وطنه الحقيقي فإذا اتصف بالوجود فقد اغترب عن وطنه.
On our last evening on this land. On our last evening on this land we chop our days from our young trees. Count the ribs we'll take with us and the ribs we'll leave behind. On the last evening we bid nothing farewell, nor find the time to end. Everything remains as it is. It is the place that changes our dreams and its visitors. Suddenly we're incapable of irony. This land will now host atoms of dust. Here, on our last evening, we look closely at the mountains besieging the clouds, a conquest and a counter-conquest, and an old time handling this new time the keys to our doors. So enter our houses, conquerors, and drink the wine of our mellifluous muwashshah. We are the night at midnight, and no horseman will bring dawn from the sanctuary of the last call to prayer. Our tea is green and hot, drink it. Our pistachios are fresh, eat them. The beds are of green cedar, fall on them. Following this long siege, lie down on the feathers of our dreams. The sheets are crisp, perfumes are ready by the door, and there are plenty of mirrors. Enter them so we may exit completely. Soon we will search in the margins of your history, in distant countries, for what was once our history. And in the end, we will ask ourselves, was Andalus here or there, on the land or in the poem? Circle 6, chapter 6.
بحر الجلو.
بحر الجلو.
والفلك من البحر موجه المستدير المضطرب. The sea sphere is its circling and turbulent waves. So this بحر الجلو is made of different spheres. The first sphere is فلك الجلوة, the sphere of manifestation. الجلوة والتجلي هو الكشف والإظهار. تجلي manifestation refers to unveiling and revealing. قال سبحانه فلما تجلى ربه للجبل جعله ذكا. صدق الله العظيم. The second falak or the second sphere is the sphere of illumination, the rising. إشراق قلوب المريدين بنور الله والشروق للظهور وعالم الملك والشهادة والغروب للستر وعالم الغيب والملكوت. The illumination of the hearts of seekers with the lights of the cosmos. Within Bahr al-Julu, another sphere, the sphere of striving. فلك المجاهدة بذل الجهد في مدافعة الشر واستجلاب الخير كما أن العدو الذي نجاهد قد يكون ظاهرا وقد يكون خفيا والإنسان مجاهد في الحالتين. وقد وصف الرسول جهاد الإنسان للعدو الظاهر بأنه الجهاد الأصغر لظهور العدو والاستعداد لمنازلته. Exerting effort to repel the bad and bring about goodness, the enemy we strive against may be apparent or hidden. And the last sphere is falaku al-badl, the sphere of giving.
Okay, I'm going to say it in English. Those who give their lives and their wealth out of love for our great and majestic Lord. How often does the merciful smile at their deeds on the day of hardship, truly the acts of the noble, the truthful, the steadfast in the midst of battle, bearing what none could bear. While others indulge in excessive pleasures, they seek the clash of ranks and armies. Their sweetest joy is the flesh of their enemies, and their blood flows like a pure, refreshing spring. They descend into every hardship and trial, defying their enemies without hesitation. No youth among them ever complains, even when calamities burn intensely. Each of them is either a brave combatant or excels in every noble deed. How many times have they competed, hastened, and raced to virtues and acts of generosity? How many times have they fought, struck, and overcome the strongest enemies with their numbers and wealth? How often have they endured, resisted, and left behind their mightiest foes like straw consumed by the wind? How often have they struggled, pursued, and stood firm against adversity with sharp wounds and resolute words? How often have they fought, persisted, and overwhelmed the armies of disbelief through bold assaults? How often have they marched at night, disturbed the enemy, and saddled their horses, rushing towards death without delay? How often have they scattered and dispersed, shattering every battalion with their polished blades? The day of battle is a day of joy for them. When cries rise, they march forth with cheer. Their blood and swords are poured out, wiped on the garments of every fallen foe. They do not grieve for the slain. Rather, the death of a martyr is for them a blissful transformation. Dying by sharp words is no disgrace. Disgrace lies in the death of the cowardly. O Lord, you have established them in striving, so bestow upon them every goodness and favor. O Lord, Lord of all creation, increase them in patience and lasting victory perfected. Grant them, my Master, a triumphant victory, and forgive and pardon. O my God, hasten. The last chapter, Al-Bahr al-Makhir.
البحر السابع البحر الماخر, the sea that opens all the other seas. Description of the boat of fire, the steamboat. Note that the elements are four: fire, air, which is wind and water, earth, and the ships. Some of them run by wind alone, like the ships of the wind. And some of them run by water, like the small ship that run with the sling of the lute. Some of them run by earth and fire, like the ship of the land, and they run like lightning with the help of fire and the flat earth. Some of them run by water, fire, and wind, like some of the ships of the sea. That is the determination of Almighty, the All-Knowing. Know that the ship's movement is divided into two parts, by water and by wind. In reality, it only moves by His almighty power, not by water or wind as indicated by His almighty.
Okay, those are the 7 chapters. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Thanks, Eleni. Thanks, everyone at Gasworks. And thanks, Riar, for the invitation and for this incredible idea of Strangelet's Symposium. And thank to all the participants. And it was so good to meet everyone. And thanks everyone here coming and staying here. It's a real sacrifice that you're making because outside is so beautiful. So I appreciate it a lot. Okay, so first things first. It's gonna get a bit smoky here. If you have problems with respiration, with allergies, please take care. We have here a window. Maybe at some point we can open it so we can get some oxygen. Because basically, I just wanted to get you a bit into something that is like a time travel. But how do we time travel, actually? My idea was that we could time travel to the age of the dinosaurs, thinking that all the forests that were burning back then might help us feel what the dinosaurs actually felt. Because they got all this smoke. They got so much of this stuff burning everywhere. But so much is burning already all around us. So we have all this huge pyre of burning forests. And I would like you to just imagine the last forest burning also, right now. For this presentation, I went to a place called Babadag in Dobroja. Have anyone heard of this place called Dobroja before? It's not so well known. In general, this area of Eastern Europe is kind of obscure. Because even in German there is this term, for example, I didn't know this before, but for a few years I'm living in Berlin, and they used to call this region where I'm from, and also there are here some friends also from around there, Robert and Florentina, and thanks them that they are here. This region is just known because of Dracula. And usually Wallachia, this place, was basically called in German like Pampas, like the end of Europe, like a nowhere land. The same thing about this Dobroja region. The Dobroja region is called of the ends of the country, and it's also kind of semi-desertic, and going back in time, it was also kind of the margins of the Muslim civilization, in the sense of being kind of the place where people ended up when they came from other places like Transoxiana, which is today's Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and the Khorasan region. And I visited a mausoleum of a Sufi called Sarisaltik Baba, and he is the founder of Babadag, apparently. And he came in the 13th century, the 8th century after Hijra, in Dobroja, and established this town. They say he was antinomian Sufi, so somebody who is like non-conformist. And there was an entire wave of non-conformist Sufis in the 13th centuries that kind of went against this piety of institutionalized Sufism. So they behaved in very strange way. One can say almost like beast-like and animal-like. But this was just a pretext, because going there, I also saw this in the sky. What do you think this is? Can I have your opinion about what it is?
I play my game because I've seen something similar like that, and in the end, they were like masked satellites. So I'll just play masked satellites.
Okay, and mass satellites, and they flicker because he can always switch them off, right? Like he's controlling the button, right? Okay, like Starlink. Okay, somebody else, you Riar, because you sent me there.
It looks like in Indonesia we have this kind of like a flying fireballs. They usually one shaman send to the other shaman when they're like doing a shaman fights, like shaman wars. So that kind of like reminds me of this flying fireballs that you know, sometimes when you see it, and then I always thought when I was a kid I thought it was comets, but then many people say it's there's another shamans like fighting another shamans. So that reminds me of that.
So almost like a battle. I see something, a supernatural battle, right? Maria.
OVNI? Like OVNI UFO? Yeah?
Maybe twinkling gods.
It could well be the lights in the on the tree, on the Christmas tree, you know, like anything could be. But I would bring here another direction. I would take you. I think this is us. This is us, the brethren of purity, and maybe we can discuss who were the brethren of purity, or what type of groups and organizations these are, and coming from the future to visit you today. So these lights in the sky are basically done, I mean, the animation itself is done by a friend, Zaru, but they are based on a photograph by the Ufology Association, the Romanian Ufological Association, that kind of documented all kinds of unknown aerial phenomena in on this part of Eastern Europe. And one of the observations that they did was that there was this huge, incredibly big objects, flying objects. So usually everything is very small, very tiny. When you think about, you know, like it's some triangles, but everybody in this part, they say it's something incredibly big. That actually comes and goes under the water. And under the water meaning the Black Sea, okay? So there is the Danube that flows into the Black Sea, and that's what happens. But then, you know, to continue a thought of Indian Marxist called Vijay Prashad, I went to his presentation at Die Linke, which is like a dying left in Germany, in Berlin, and he opened up his talk with, why do UFOs or UAPs only happen in America? It's a very good question, I think. And in the UFO community in Romania, one theory goes that we had so many publications back in the 70s, starting a lot with early 70s, because they said we're gonna talk about it, because the Americans and the Western Bloc, they want to keep it hidden. They are just covering, they are very good at covering everything up. So we're just gonna make it public and discuss it, and everybody was discussing UFOs. It was quite an open subject. I mean, you know, like, and a lot of books being published and so on. And a lot of apparently very serious people talking about this. So, cybernetician, one of the pioneers of cybernetics, Dan Farkas, who also wrote an important book about the Fermi paradox. Why do the civilization keep silent? De ce tac civilizațiile extraterestre? Who was involved in medical cybernetics and computing, became one of the major supporters of these UFO theories. Okay. And I also wanted to bring in the idea, maybe, I don't know, I imagine you're not so familiar with these things, but in Romania we also had this kind of institutional crossover where you had former people who would be involved in the sci-fi community, let's say, and then afterwards becoming very important institutional ministers in the government. So I don't know how often that happens. I don't.
Well, that happens once in Indonesia. One of the what do you call it, like general of Air Force. He was the first person who write a book about UFO in Indonesia because he believes that there's some kind of like sightings in the 50s where there was a UFO crashing land in some of area in Java, and then he became the general of this Air Force because he was curious about this UFO. So throughout his career, he became a general that basically where during military dictatorship, the only general who doesn't talk about like military stuff but talk a lot about UFOs. His name is Jacob Salatun, and then I think he's even like imagining that UFO, that alien looks like monkey, because that's what he was thinking a lot about, like monkey-like alien. And then he also believed that Venus is a place full of dinosaurs, which I think is very common. I think maybe in the early, I don't know, 20s, 30s, this imaginations of Venus is full of dinosaurs because basically the science could not see like what is actually happening in Venus because Venus is so covered, cloudy and covered. So then they were thinking that Venus is actually not is a planet that has not evolved like humans. So it's kind of like a time. If you go to see Venus, it's a time travel to the dinosaur time. Basically, the guy is like he's the first general of the military Air Force. So that happens at least in Indonesia. But we have a similar history: Eastern Bloc, Global South. So.
Totally, I agree, and thanks for this story. And I also gonna go back to the story from the 90s. So after the 1989 revolution, where the dictator couple was shot, this guy, Mironov, it's his name, became a minister of tourism, I think. Correct me, Robert, if I'm yeah. But it was super interesting to see him during the day on primetime news, and in the evenings he would do shows about dissecting aliens. So it was this kind of all in one day. So this is where I'm coming from, you know, like this is you know, why I'm here, basically. Yeah. And everybody is constantly asking him, you know, like, you've been working for the UNESCO, you've been working for the UNICEF and so on, you've been doing this and that. And his answer is very correct in saying, yes, I have a very complicated CV. And this is what happened. This is the zone we are coming from. And going back to Sarı Saltık Baba, I also have to apologize. My pronunciation is really bad. I mean, both in English, and I wouldn't even dream about talking trying to mispronounce Arabic terms or names. Although azur, there is a word called azur, which means like a kind of the color of the sea, the color of the, this is the azur. And there is also a super cool band called Azur that was doing kind of dangdut manele turbo folk in the early 90s, and it was from Brăila, a city not far from Dobrogea, like close to the Danube, and some famous, very famous people like Romica Puceanu, Gabi Luncă were playing in this Azur. So you can check it on YouTube. It's so yeah. But yeah. Anyway, it was also one of the most diverse and incredible regions, this one, but usually, you know, it's completely neglected socioeconomically because everybody invests or thinks it's good to invest in the West, in Transylvania, yes? Transylvania is not any longer like during Bram Stoker times, okay? You know, like there is a lot of connections now with Vienna and so on. Actually, it's maybe closer to Vienna than to Bucharest, you know, to get there. But in Dobrogea, I was also very impressed to see how good the roads are. And this is, I can understand why the travel between different parts of the universe is going, you know, it's so smooth. Like this transport from one side to the other is excellent. But the problem is that there is also an ongoing conflict, and you have to imagine there is stuff going on. There is also apparently some black side, which is or supposed to be near this Kugălnicianu American-US base there. And the roads are perfect. You know, I was really impressed. But the problem is that you often see military equipment and a lot of tanks going on these roads in this direction. Also, you have to remember this area called Dobrogea is or was used joint military exercises. It was used in joint military exercises as a preparation or as a virtual kind of simulation of the wider East, in a sense, for Afghanistan and Iraq. This is happening exactly on the plateau of Babadag, the same region. And also, when we went to Babadag, which I completely recommend to you if you have time, there is also an incredible lake there, the biggest lake called Razim. It's next door, but not many tourists, which is not bad, you know. And when we went there, nobody trusted us when we told them why we were there. I don't know, maybe we didn't inspire them trust, but they were very suspicious. They were looking at us and thinking, maybe you were sent by the political parties in the capital. because everybody in the region was kind of, you know, like looking at us and trying to figure. And when we told we want to go to the mausoleum, they were really like, really, just for this? But then you have to meet and talk with the imam and so on. We didn't manage to get in time in touch with him, but we ended up at the mausoleum, which is a very, 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 very small and very kind of modest place. It's a place that has a rose garden. This is how you enter in this mausoleum. And it was very funny because the translations, there were translations in Turkish, in Romanian, and that's about it, I think. I don't think they had another language. And when the word mystical, at the word mystical, there was a glitch in the writing, like something broke in the text. This was one small detail that I noticed, you know, and we were thinking about it. But to go back to Sari Saltık and to all these kind of outsiders, because they were dressing up like completely, like renouncing their dress, and most of them also going completely barefoot, not like me right now, you know, with socks and so on. And they would also dress in animal skins. They would sit on animal skins, and animality was very important. And renouncing and contradicting all the rules and all the conformities of the society was very important. And they would even behave like dogs, which the dog is an animal that is kind of taboo. So, for example, one of these antinomian Sufis took the name, the furry dog. In Kipchak Turkish, Barak was his name, and he would eat like a dog also. He would do a lot of impure and degrading things also. One has to understand. And this was becoming almost quite common from what we know. And most of my information comes from the studies of Sarah Kuhn. So thanks to her, you know, I get a lot of details about this. But they would be instantly recognizable in the society because they stood inside the society. They were not staying and moving like the askets outside of it. So they would not retreat. They would be inside the middle of the civilized world, but they would completely neglect and even step on all the rules. So this is the story of Sari Saltık. We think that maybe he came from Bukhara, which is an important place because it was also situated on the Silk Road. And also, it's a thesis that there are also kind of exchanges between the Buddhist monasteries and monks and these Sufi traditions. So there is an interchange, and even one could say their way of shaving, because they used to shave like the fourth strikes, I think it was called, I'm not sure any longer, which they would, or the three strikes, where they would shave every part of their hair, like eyebrows, beard, hair. So they would, you know, like it's you could say it's close to this kind of image of the Buddhist monk. Anyway, it's important to realize that all these exchanges existed, and if you go and just read the Wikipedia page of Dobroja, it's impossible to organize, to remember everything, because it's so complicated, the history of this region. I didn't want to stay in the past. I also wanted to go into the future and to talk about very, very, very big objects, big dumb objects. Do you know what big dumb objects are? Do you have an idea? Video? Video?
It's a term used usually in science fiction studies, where they're like, I know, like 2001, they have this monolith. It's just like a big dumb object that becomes like a center of a story, usually. And then I think a lot of science fiction's writings in the 70s and 80s using this kind of like idea of some kind of like monolithic figure, whatever, that does do nothing, but then, you know, like all of a sudden it creates kind of like this different kind of stories surrounded this like objects. But I like the term. Oh, the sound's getting louder. I like the term. But I like the term big dumb object. I think it's very interesting. And then just a couple of years ago, there was this like objects in somewhere in America when they are like found it in some desert in America, and they cannot like figure out what is this object is. And I think that's also like very interesting. Yeah, that's what I know.
Exactly, it's something that kind of goes against or beyond the representation, basically. It's not very sublime because it's dumb, you know, and you can't really relate to it. We just discussed today about intelligence in the universe with Riar, and intelligence being something that needs time, you know. This is a discussion about you can't speed it up. You know, it's like evolutionary processes need this kind of distance and time to pass in order to develop something that we can call sapiens or intelligence. While this is going against all of this, because you have something that is huge, enormous, unexplainable, and somehow everything is turning around it. As Riar said, this monolith is also incredibly opaque. You can't really see through it. Some said it was basically based on, you know, like Arthur C. Clarke, not only Arthur C. Clarke, but mostly Stanley Kubrick, bringing smuggling into this pop imagery, something from the minimalists. While you can think about this kind of appearing and disappearing monoliths, because the story was in the media. I don't know if you heard about it. Just after the quarantine, the COVID crisis, if I don't mix it up. Anyway, it was suddenly this kind of monolith made out of steel, which was very reflective, and it was somewhere in in Utah, where the Mormons live. You know, and this monolith disappeared. It disappeared, and it reappeared in Romania. It reappeared in the mountains, in a region that is really like super nice landscape. And everybody was asking, what is this doing here? And my humble opinion is that it's a sign of a disappeared civilization. It's a disappeared civilization of lost sculptors and artists who were part of the artist union. Actually, in Romanian artist union, UAP is UAP. This is the it was one of the biggest institutions in Romania. It was like a parallel deep state in Romania, because they had everything. They had houses in the countryside where they could go crazy, have their orgies in the summer. I was also, I was very little back then, but they had houses in the seaside. They had incredible industrial kind of buildings where they could produce their humongous, incredibly big objects. They had all these kind of, almost you can say, neo-megalithic cultures, because they have the biggest open-air sculpture park in the world. Okay, you have Karnak in Britannia, and you have Măgura in Romania. It's a lot of these sculptures, but you have to imagine these sculptures are actually modernist. So it's big, dumb objects of modernity. I would really like you to see a movie, but it's actually not translated. That's the problem. It's only in German. It was called In the Ashes of the Universe. Actually, we are producing here some ashes, so that you know, constantly. So In the Ashes of the Universe, it was a sci-fi production that I also used as an example of that period for a show I curated at some point in Romania. And it's a co-production of East German, Romanian, Polish, like all of these co-productions went back then. It's a very, 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 very low B-Z movie version of Star Trek. Like, no, not even, you can't really put them together somehow. But it's a very, 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 very smart, conceptually thought out movie, because it deals with a capitalist planet. And advanced civilization, of course, it's socialist. And it comes from the far future. And of course, the captain of the ship is female. And, it's a super progressive movie. But they come and they got attracted by the sounds. They fall onto this capitalist planet because there is some fake call for help. And they get there, and they somehow don't know how to intervene, not to intervene, to intervene. It's always like a problem, this kind of thing. If they should intervene in history, if they should change history, how should they act? The most important thing for our discussion is that Romania, under the Ceausescu's dictatorship, played a capitalist state in this movie. It played, the dictator was in this movie. Like Ceausescu said, it's okay to do it. And they did it, for example, in this Măgura sculpture park. The Măgura sculpture park is part of the scenery of this extraterrestrial but also very anthropomorphic kind of planet. You had the Măgura as a location with these sculptures and a very kind of lascivious exotic dance going on top of these sculptures. You have to imagine this. I'm trying to just reproduce this. It's very hard. You know, like it's very hard to imagine this big dumb object, but also for me to kind of retell you the story, you have to actually see the scenes. And there was like also kind of very dubious semi-nakedness, kind of like a review moment of ladies dancing around these sculptures, and some kind of snake, big snake going around the huge modernist monoliths. And a Brechtian actor, a famous Brechtian actor who played a very, very promiscuous dictator of this capitalist planet. So on. But the thing is that all the manipulation that was going on this planet, which was supposedly also like a, I don't want to say this, but it was also like a psychedelic planet, you know. So everybody on this, you know, like they were all like kind of commercial culture, consumptionism was actually riding on top of the psychedelia, you know. Somehow they fused in this vision of 70s East Bloc, which is not very far from what actually happened if you think about what happened to Silicon Valley, right? And so on. And these guys who were taking LSD, you know, you have big tech nowadays, yeah. Okay, so on. But to return back to the planet in Romania, I mean, it has a different name. It's like Z45 or something, you know, like this planet, to just keep in the frame of the movie. They were exploiting the people very hard, but also kind of giving them a bit of, you know, like some good music. You know, like good music was important. This was how they kind of controlled everybody to kind of very, very convincing, hypnotizing music. And the rest, the vast majority, was working in some super huge salt mines, which actually exist. One of the biggest salt extraction mines in the world, maybe, is in that region. Okna Sibiu was actually, I think, the location that they used for this filming. And where does this salt come? Again, I'm also trying to change here registers, because it's an ancient sea. It's an ancient sea of 30, 40 million years ago. The Tethys Sea, which was covering the whole of this region. You have to imagine everything was covered by a sea. And there were corals, something maybe looking like Indonesia, back 40, 50 million years old. And then you have this sea that produced all these deposits, where the whole Habsburg Empire was extracting all the salt it needed. And you can actually see a big obelisk, which also looks a bit like the big dumb object. And it's in the Natural History Museum in Vienna. So please, you can lick it, and you know, then you are in touch with this kind of what happened, you know, and with this ancient Tethys Sea. And also going back to the movie, sorry for having all these digressions, but this is how it is, you know. You know, you end up with these people working in the mines, and they want to free them. But in the meantime, this government is inundating the land, is inundating the mines somehow, you know. So it's a very critical moment. Anyway, so this was my visit to Dobroja, to this region, to Babadag, and you know, like maybe you want to ask me some questions.
Not necessary, because you send me a lot of postcards when you are do a pilgrim. But that's the whole idea of like thinking about like doing these pilgrims and to understand the landscape, but also the people around that area, and then specifically this figure, the Sufi dervish in that area. What I really for me interests well that what really interests me when you are saying that, oh, I want to contribute by doing a pilgrims, and I was just like really wondering what what fascinates you with this, like the Sufi mystics there, apart from like they are using animal skins, and the animality, they act like a dogs and stuff like that. Is that kind of like the socially political significance of this Sufi mystics there in that region?
It's one of the interesting elements. I think it's exactly this kind of itinerant, like the way this kind of nomadic existence that goes against kind of sedentary and kind of the city-based cultures of the region. To me, it's actually very important, because I was thinking in terms also of the Neolithic cultures. Sorry to bring this in, but I think it's important, because you mentioned at some point, or somebody mentioned David Graeber. And he has this fragment where he talks about these super huge urban kind of agglomerations, which are actually from this region, but like 5,000, 6,000 years ago. And it's also kind of something that was not a state structure, basically, there. And what we have in the 13th century, when Sari Saltuk came there, it's a constant waves of migratory people coming in, and this kind of becoming the normality in a sense. And kind of this kind of pilgrimages, I see it in this sense of this kind of borderless almost regions who became borderless, strangely enough, during the Tatar and the Mongol invasion, and after the fall of the Seljuk Empire, because this is what's happening. Sari Saltuk came there with invited by the Byzantine emperor, and at that point, and he brought all these kind of semi-nomadic people, and this is how this Babadag was established, basically. I want to connect this also with the fact that something that has to do more with contemporary art, because there is this kind of semi-anecdote about Brancusi. Brancusi, okay, I don't know. Maybe you know he's coming from Romania, and the story goes that he went on foot to Paris. And this was it was like a pilgrimage going to the Mecca of art back then. The story is that he really went, like with just like with kind of animal skins on his legs and so on, and did this road. And this story kind of gets repeated in the history of art in Romania, because you have Andrei Cădere, which is also kind of a Romanian artist from the 70s, and he was invited to Documenta on condition that he comes on foot. This was the story. I don't know, one of the big gurus of the Documenta, Harald Zeman or somebody, from that time, he told him, please do this trip and then you are on. And he basically, apparently, I don't know, he faked his trip. And he also kind of sent him postcards from various points, and Harald Zeman caught up with him. And he said, no, then you're not allowed. you cheated. But then he found another solution. He kind of went parasitic and started parasitizing the events of others. And uninvited, illegally, he just put like a, what do you call it? No, like something that you go and a staff. Hmm? A staff, no, like a staff, a stick, exactly, a stick, which is also something that comes from the attire of the Sufis. It's very important. This stick with ends up in a dragon head, and he. I mean, I don't know. He never thought about this. I guess but we are speculating together right now. Yeah, we might make it up because he made it up also, coming there and doing these things, and it actually worked because he is now part of the establishment. I mean, of the canon. Like the this kind of objects which was like left and ended up in various places. So my response to you is to try to kind of see these transtemporal aspects of Sufism and to kind of not get stuck in one time region or moment in time and space. Of course, it would be really nice if more people would be, would actually understand or would know about Sari Saltık. I also found out about him. I mean, some person who wrote about it was Jakob Mikanovsky, who also wrote a book, a recent book, which I deeply recommend, The End of Eastern Europe. It's so Mikanovsky really did all these pilgrimages. He did the pilgrimages for sure, and ended up, I think, even in Babadak, and somehow tells about the diversity and the multiplicity and the pluriverse that was happening in this region. You wouldn't say, because if you go there, you wouldn't say this was the center of the world at this point in time and space, which it apparently was. Because it was next to some big formations, like the Golden Horde, which everybody was afraid, including the Kievan Rus. And I don't want to get into that discussion. We can talk we can talk afterwards, to get into it. But yes, so all of this, even if they seem a bit obscure and kind of forgotten, and even some kind of the arguments are kind of sounding irrational, I think we also live in irrational times, and it's also kind of, capitalism is kind of very irrational. Psychopath, you can pathologize it. But to go back, because when I told about we were discussing today about the Brethren of Purity, and the Brethren of Purity were rationalists.
In the context of Islam, they were considered rationalists, and they were basically like the secret society who thinks a lot about empirical studies in the context of like epistemology, because they believe that the world has to be accessed not only by divinity but also by the mind. And pretty much like the Brethren of Purity, they are like the first secret society, and kind of like they're not particularly Sufi mystic, because they actually against the idea, the the define goes into your body, because for them everything has to be rationalized, and that's actually what makes them dangerous during that time, because their idea is to kind of like put forward we call it scientific mind these days, but during that time to put forward rationality over divinity. It was difficult time. Speaking of difficulty, thank you.
To wrap it up, I don't want to extend myself too much. I brought also some cookies, which please enjoy. There are some cookies from Germany, because this is where I hang out the last couple of years. They are called Speculatius. It's a traditional kind of end of the year Christmas kind of cookies. They disappear very fast from the shops, but it's important when you eat them, always remember where these elements are coming from, because we were discussing a lot about elements and also about where the thing comes from, but also where the spices come from in all these things, because we're approaching. Thanks. Sorry.
Excuse me. Thank you. I want to start by saying thanks to Riar. Also, thanks to everyone at Gasworks, including Rosa and Len, for all their support, and to my fellow presenters at this really exciting 2-day event. Very pleased to be a part of it. So, the beginning part of my presentation today is research stemming from a residency at PER in Pavosta, Latvia in 2021. Pavosta is a small seaside town on the West Baltic coast in the Kurzeme region. It's approximately 60 kilometers north of Liepaja, where my mother's family comes from. My father's was near Riga. As a biographical side note, my maternal and paternal grandparents relocated to Canada from Latvia following the Second World War via displaced persons camps in Germany. My parents met as adults within the diaspora. I grew up in Canada, in eastern Ontario, on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Huron-Wendat peoples. So during this residency in Pavosta, my research took the form of seeking out sites of folkloric significance in the Kurzeme region to learn about them, but also to visit and document them. I work primarily as a curator, film programmer, and writer, though this body of research seems to be leading towards a writing fiction or a film project. While working on this project, the lens I was reading and thinking through came from the genre of folk horror. To quote Adam Scovell, folk horror is a term that has become synonymous with a wide variety of culture in the recent years. From film and television to literature and music, the broadness of the description belies its potential to talk about a number of current issues. Though its description initially implies a symbiotic relationship between the narratives of folklore and horror, the real binding feature is its relationship to place and landscape. End quote. I'm thinking of folk horror as a framework for unsettling narratives, a productive destabilizing of status quo ideas of belonging, questioning connections to place and land, confronting that which is buried, whether literally or figuratively, forgotten or repressed, while also being cognizant and critical of romanticizing identity and/or nationalist claims, fixed or imposed borders, and exclusionary practices. My research seeks to embrace the muddiness or the time sludge, layered sediments of fluid identities, places, and stories that folk horror can help uncover. I'm also interested in the many versions of stories in folklore, variations that exist as stories move across people and distance. In archives, they can have many examples of a story type from a region. Each might have a variety of subtle or not so subtle mutations. At times, the tales read as short and blunt, leaving a lot of room for further variations as well as extrapolations. It's here I should also note that the last Baltic pagans succumbed to Christianity in 1386, which is making the region the last to do so in Europe. So before moving on, I also wanted to speak to the idea of mispronunciation as in-betweenness, on tongues tied and otherwise fumbling. My intent is to do my best with pronunciations, knowing I have a lot of work to do in Latvian, and I hope my intent of respect comes across for the language and the additional languages and names I touch upon in the presentation going forward. So for this presentation, I'll discuss 2 site visits in the Kurzeme region, one now and one at the end, plus 3 fictional or historic case studies. So from this slide, on the side you can see Liepaja on the West Baltic coast, and up where the yellow is, you see Pavosta where the residency was. And this is the first site I wanted to talk about, which is the Abavmuiza cross stone. In an overground abandoned graveyard in the woods near a now lost village, there stands an upright moss and lichen covered stone with crosses carved into its surface. There's a tale about the stone with many variations. A gender fluid child died and was buried in the cemetery. It is unknown whether the child was murdered, but one might suspect so, as their spirit is restless. After the burial, it says the villagers were awakened in the night by a ceaseless screaming sound coming from the graveyard. A priest ordered that a stone with a carved cross in the surface be placed on the grave. The harrowing cries did not stop. Some say it took 13 crosses carved into the stone for the wails to fade away. The stone has not been officially dated. It has been suggested that the story originates from the transition period from the old ways to Christianity. This is just a short video of the stone, just to give some atmosphere of being there. You can maybe hear a little bit of sound in the background, but there was actually some hunters that helped us find the stone because we were lost and could not find where this was. It's in the woods. So that was a really great help. So as a slight departure, I'm reminded of a quote from Robin Wall Kimmerer about from the book Gathering Moss. The rocks are beyond slow, beyond strong, and yet yielding to a soft green breath as powerful as a glacier. The moss is wearing away their surfaces grain by grain, bringing them slowly back to sand. There's an ancient conversation going on between mosses and rocks, poetry to be sure, end quote. Robin Wall Kimmerer suggests a perspectival shift in our encounter with mosses on the rocks, one that considers both slowed time and magnified scale. Kimmerer bears witness to a type of conversation, interaction of beings that exists and functions beyond the human register. And now I'd like to move on to the other in-between situations, beings that I'd like to talk about, the werewolves. So the first case study is a novella called Loki, and also there's a film. There's a few film versions, but I watched one, a Polish film from 1970. The novel's written in 1869 by Prosper Mérimée, and the film was directed by Janusz Majewski in 1970. So about this narrative. The title Loki is a misspelling in the Lithuanian word for bear, Lokis with a Y. The novel is set in 1866 and reads as a travelogue of Professor Wittenbach, a German pastor, linguist, and perhaps part-time ethnographer. He travels to Samogitia, a western area of Lithuania, south of the Kurzema region. He is the house guest of a count, Michael Sesmoth, and plans to translate the Gospel of Matthew into the local Lithuanian dialect. The count's mother is mentally unwell and kept away in the stories present. She was attacked by a bear in the past, and it's insinuated that the count was conceived via this event. She often reacts violently towards her son, knowing something of the count's true nature. Wittenbach's first encounter with the count is unsettling. At night, he sees a figure in the tree outside his guest room, but he can't make out who. The next day, when they two formally meet, the count, embarrassed, admits the figure in the tree was him, a result of his own curiosity. As the narrative reaches a conclusion, Wittenbach is invited by the count to perform his wedding to his fiancée, Julia Iwinska. It's established earlier that Julia is sharp-witted and playful, which seems to push the count's temper at times. After the married couple are mysteriously absent the day after the wedding, Wittenbach and others break into their chamber. They find Julia murdered on the bed as if by a bear, the window wide open, and the Count nowhere to be found. I'm not going to speak too much about the film, but just there's an interesting last scene that's not in the book, in which the professor is leaving on the train, reflecting on what has happened, and he sees hunters laying out their kills in the snow by the tracks, and a bear is among the dead, which prompts him to give a prayer for the Count. Some thoughts on this text before moving on. It's written and set in an era of fascination of folk beliefs and the desire to document them, though with this interest being marked by attitudes of superiority towards the subject matter and often classist and xenophobic undertones. Additionally, there are fraught gender relations and harsh treatment of women throughout the narrative. It's also necessary to note that a number of the folkloric elements that pop up in Mariam's novella aided in setting the scene, but are somewhat inaccurate or misattributed. So the second case study is the Sudin Morzian, The Wolf's Bride, another novella, this time from 1928 by Aino Kalas, who was a Finnish author who lived in Estonia and often featured Estonian subjects in her texts. The Wolf's Bride was written in 1928 and set in 1650. The writing is archaic in style and reads like a ballad. The tale is set on the island of Hiiumaa, which is just above Saaremaa Island, those two big islands just off the Baltic coast beside Estonia now. And its central characters are Pridik the forester and Alo, his wife. Before meeting, Pridik voyeuristically spies on Alo bathing sheep. Alo has copper red hair and a brown mole referred to as a fire mark or witch mole. Pridik is enamored and the two end up married and have a child. Things moved fast. During a community wolf hunt, the wolves run past where Alo is standing, and one says to her, Alo, quote, Alo, my maiden, wilt thou keep company with a wolf in the marshes, end quote. She is being tempted by Diabolus silvarum, the spirit of the forest, the seed for her transformation planted. Later on Midsummer's Eve, she is asked again and accepts the call. When meeting the wolf this time, she puts on a wolf skin she finds in the hollow of a rock and transforms. From this moment, Alo leads a double life. Wife, mother, domestic worker in the daylight, wolf in the wild undercover of darkness. Each morning she returns, hiding her wolf skin in the hole in the rock until the next night. Quote, but never in all her human days had her blood bubbled with such golden exultation and such blissful freedom as now when she ran, a werewolf across the marsh, end quote. After some time in this new routine, Pridik and Alo are visited by a neighbor whose sheep was taken by wolves. He managed to wound one wolf's foot, and at this time suspicion arises that Alo is when she is seen limping. One day, Pridik confronts Alo. He couldn't sleep the night before and noticed her absence and questions her when she returns in the morning. The conversation escalates and her dual life is revealed. She says, quote, and if I were to roam a wolf and a wolf's blood to burn in my veins, it concerns not others, for the salvation or damnation of my soul is for me alone, end quote. And quote, hear me, Pridik, for my bosom burns as with a furnace, even though I would dwell among men in the daytime and wear human shape, my soul yearns for the company of wolves as soon as night has come, and only in the wilds am I free and have my joy. Therefore I must go, for that I am of the tribes of wolves. There I will burn for it at the stake, so for such I was created, end quote. So she departs to live full time in the wilds. The community now refers to her as the Wolf's Bride. Some of the villagers encounter her in their daily lives. Quote, and those who with their own eyes had seen her run from before the hounds swore an oath that suddenly, when in a tight place, she would cast the wolf skin on her shoulders and so in the form of a wolf save her life. Others said that the Wolf's Bride had the power to turn herself suddenly into a rotting stump and into a log flung over a morass, so that she was free to mock merrily at her pursuers when they trod upon her, end quote. One night, Alo hears her child crying from afar, returns to comfort the child and see her husband Predik. They become as a family once more, though fleetingly. On this occasion, they conceive another child before Alo departs again. When in labor, she comes back to her human home while her husband's away. A handmaid helps her, and they go to the bath hut. Words quickly spread around the community that she has returned and is giving birth, and a crowd forms. When her husband arrives, she states that the child is his, referring to the night that they shared together, which he felt was a dream, and claims that it must be a wolf. And he claims that it must be a wolf child. And Predik, the husband, wanders off despondent, and the fervor of the crowd hits a peak as they set the bath hut on fire, with Alo and the newborn inside to perish. Quote, and the howling of wolves and the roaring of the forest endured so long as the bath hut burned, or a little less than an hour, for within that time the bath hut had been consumed to the ashes, to the foundations, so that the stones of the hearth were all that was left to see, end quote. There's kind of an epilogue to the story in which Predik is grief-stricken and encounters a wolf that's after other sheep and becomes convinced that it's the spirit of his wife, Alo, roaming the lands. He begins to plan to hunt this wolf to give it peace, quote unquote, clearly a way for him to performatively deal with feelings over what happened. And he melts down his silver wedding ring into a bullet, which he manages to fire and kill the wolf, and burning its body on a funeral pyre. Interesting note for what's about to come next. There's a postscript at the end of the book that talks about the story having been relayed out of, quote, mouths of honorable witnesses and spectators of good repute at the hearing in the common court, end quote. So before moving on to the next part, I just wanted to say that the setting for this story is an era in which Christianity is dominant, but in which pagan or folk beliefs are still held and acted upon and guide actions just as much. There's a tension in Callas's prose between language that prescribes Alo's fate as evil, in league with the devil, and is judgmental as it is punishing towards her, but that's also contrasted with language of sheer freedom, the kind of ecstasy present when Alo is being able to live her life in wolf form. In the end, there's another horrific murder of a woman and her child, reminiscent of Loki, though perhaps one can relish and remain in the freedom that the wolf form provided by highlighting it as the main takeaway from this tale. And now the third case study, which is a historic case study. So the reference from this is a book by Carlo Ginzburg and Bruce Lincoln called Old Tease, a Livonian werewolf. For this story, I'll start with a quote from Bruce Lincoln and refer to a number of his ideas from this book. Quote, the date is April 28th, 1691. The setting, the district court of Wenden, today's Cesis, 88 kilometers northeast of Riga, where the trial of an accused thief took an unexpected turn when a witness smiled as he was taking the requisite oath. At this time, the judges asked why he smiled, and the man said he was amused that his neighbor, Old Tease, which is a nickname for Matthias, was waiting to testify. Everyone knows that he goes around with the devil and was a werewolf, he explained. The focus of the judges in this trial then turns to Old Tease, who seems to be now on trial. A man of some, quote, a man of some 80 years who freely acknowledged his werewolf past, end quote, and who had been previously on trial for werewolfery in another district, but was dismissed without sentence. Questioned presently, quote, he told the judges He had gained the power of lycanthropic transformation when a stranger gave him a charmed drink, after which he was able to put off his human form and assume that of a wolf. Several times each year, on ritual occasions, he gathered with a large band of werewolves to steal livestock, dismember animals, and feast on their meat. End quote. When the judges pressed Thies further, attempting to link his behaviors and testimony to being in league with the devil, quote, he insisted that werewolves oppose the devil and do battle against the sorcerers and witches who serve him, a point that runs contrary to the stereotypes in most other testimony from early modern Livonia. In response to hostile questions, he acknowledged that the werewolves enter hell each year, but went out to explain that they do so only as hounds of God, who seek to recover the season, the blessing that finds expression in abundant crops, livestock, and general prosperity. The sorcerers had previously stolen this. When the werewolves succeeded, the harvest was good. When they failed, there was hardship and famine, end quote. The judges brought in a pastor to compel Thies to assume his guilt and then seek forgiveness. Quote, Thies insisted that he understood these things far better than the pastor, who was just a young fellow. Angered at what he considered unjust and ill-founded accusations, he rejected any characterization of his deeds as diabolic or evil, end quote. Without a confession or exacting evidence of Thies having a devil's pact, the court did not give a verdict, but instead proposed his case be heard by a new judge in the court's next session. Quote, on October 31st, 1691, a full 18 months after the trial, the court finally reached a verdict, ruling against old Thies, but imposing that relatively light sentence of 20 lashes. Only years before, convicted werewolves had been sentenced to death by burning, end quote. As a side note, the King of Sweden outlawed torture in 1686 prior to this trial, which had impacts on trials of this sort as they relied on coerced confessions. Just for context, this is a map of Livonia. So, quote, when Livonia came under Swedish rule 1629 to 1721, ethnic Germans continued to own the bulk of the land, just as they controlled most of the wealth and monopolized most of the offices, political and clerical, through which power had been exercised over the peasantry. This lower stratum of the population included the Latvians and Estonians, who worked the land their overlords owned. In administrative and common parlance, the two Baltic groups were usually classed together and collectively referred to as the Undeutsch, literally the non-Germans. Old Thies, the others who were called to testify before the court, and almost everyone they mentioned in their testimony fell into this subordinate group, end quote. There's another author here, Stephen Donaker, who interestingly says, quote, the non-German peasants were commonly depicted as primitive, untrustworthy, and superstitious folk. In particular, their Christian conviction was regularly doubted, and both Protestant and Catholic observers agreed that many Estonians and Latvians continued to worship pagan gods, even though they had officially converted to Christianity, end quote. To wrap up this story of Old Thies, there's an argument that Bruce Lincoln makes in the book. It's very compelling, that Old Thies is a figure of resistance. Thies was a healer, often for livestock. It was looked upon favorably by fellow peasants as his reputation grew after surviving his first trial. In reading the court transcript, you witness him sparring with the judges on terminology, refuting their assumption that werewolves are in league with the devil. Example of this comes in the form of hell's location. As it can be the case of local folklore, hell is a place nearby. In this case, Thies positions hell on the land of the judge, who has also happened to be Thies's previous employer, and this is about 4 miles from where he lived. As Thies had testified, the werewolves raided hell to save crops and livestock, to save the harvest. Hell is described as a storehouse, and sorcerers feast there with the devil. As Lincoln notes, quote, "The devil employs servants and can be seen as a noble, and Teese consistently depicted the sources of his wealth as theft from presentry," end quote. Another part of the transcript, Teese described the makeup of the werewolf pack as including women, but not including the Deutsch, referring to the lords. Subtly, and not so subtly, Old Teese associated the devil, hell, and thievery with the lords of the land and their extractions, all within the court of law. So, in conclusion on Old Teese, a last quote from Lincoln. A sharp contrast existed between the werewolf of the court's imaginary and that of Teese's narration. In the first instance, a savage beast, ensnared by the devil and lost in sin, driven to commit brutal violence against lesser creatures to satisfy its rapacious appetites. In the second, a fierce and courageous champion of justice, committed to recovering the abundance rightfully belonging to the peasants, which greedy lords and their thieving lackeys regularly steal. Here, as elsewhere, werewolves proper are not at issue. Rather, in the discourse of both contesting parties, they figure as a trope for the situation of the undeutsch Livonians, resisting domination, exploitation, and disparagement at the hands of the Deutsch elite. And the last thing is the second site visit I wanted to talk about, which is called the Bassi Werewolf Stone. So this stone is actually quite accessible. It's well signed, has a rest area and a fire pit, and there's an so you can follow this path to it. There's the stone. So there's a rest area and a fire pit there as well. There's also an intriguing carving someone's placed on a tree. It looks like a symbol of some kind, which adds to the ambience. The stone itself sits in a pit of water, its cliff-like face erupting towards the sky. It is said that the stone used to be larger still, but it was split during the Soviet occupation. Pieces extracted for use in a monument. It's also said that a werewolf lives in the stone, emerging at midday and midnight to hunt. So, in conclusion, I'm reminded of another body of research I keep coming back to around stone tape theory. Referring to the stone tape written by Nigel Neal and made by director Peter Sasti in 1972, it proposes that hauntings are recordings and materials, like stone, often imprinted at a time of trauma, and these recordings can be played back by some people in the environment under the right circumstances, by completing a kind of psychic circuit. Following what happens in the teleplay, my interest is not just that the haunting is a recording, but that there are layers to the tape, so to speak, other elements that can allow for the strange, unclassifiable to emerge. The wolf leaving and returning to the Bassi Stone twice daily resonates with the idea of tape playback and loop. Being there in person, there might also be an extra layer, the barely sensed, something just beyond full comprehension as well. Thank you.
got inspired by Stefan, so I felt like it's so much more comfortable if I sit here, so I will be sitting here. So yeah, first of all, thanks to Riar and Gasworks for, just arranging this really amazing session, and I felt a very special kind of intimacy in this room, like yesterday and today, and it's just so intimate, and I can tell that I'm safe to say things that are probably like I'm not allowed to say in other scenarios and places. And also I noticed that I think people here, we have a shared interest of sensing the invisible and seeking for the unsayable, the forgotten, the tales, the sort of the mysterious desire to actually physically go to certain places, and myself included. And I think all of us, we are not entirely fully aware of why we are so enchanted by this kind of stuff, which I think is actually in a really amazing state. I promised Riar that I'm gonna be a bit of a storyteller here, but when I was gathering the materials, I realized that I just ended up with really, really fragments, so I'm not gonna be sharing any kind of established research or solid thinking, but more perhaps kind of streams of unconsciousness. So the title is Radio Telescope, Time Tunnels and Invisible Memories. But maybe just a little bit of background of what I have been really attracted to in the past few years. So I come from the background of working in between art and fundamental science. And in the past few years, I've been kind of curating this kind of guided tours to what I call like mega scale scientific apparatuses, especially in China. And I'm planning to hoping to take Riar to my next trip next year to an underground laboratory, which is a neutrino detector, the deepest neutrino detector in the world. So that's what I do. And I don't know why. I mean, obviously they are like large objects, maybe not dumb enough, but I still feel this like weird attraction to these kind of things. But maybe like a little bit historically, I know that we can see like cases of like this obsession with mega scale stuff, like in Random Bannon's terms, or this kind of like historical obsession with infrastructures, especially like, for example, like I think that was an image taken in the 40s, like British tourists were gathering in front of the Hoover Dam, just like as a part of like experiencing this new kind of infrastructural spectacles. And of course, obviously, the obsession with radio technology. And also, my personal research has been kind of really developed around this area in southwest China, which I'm going to show you later on. But it's essentially started with Apple building its first data center in Asia, and then I just got interested. So I started to explore like deeper and deeper in this region, and I found out more and more throughout the past few years. And today I'm just going to be focused on one specific device that I've been investigating, which is the FAST telescope. It's a really, really large radio telescope. But maybe I can start a little bit with radio. So in a way, I think we build telescopes in order to see clearer, or at least to we believe that radio telescopes allow us to see like deeper and clearer in the universe. And then we build radio telescopes in order to detect what optical telescope cannot reveal. And it's also interesting that I think we tend to say like listening instead of seeing when it comes to radio. And nowadays, radio telescopes are actually planned to be built on the far side of the moon, which is known as the only place that are accessible to human beings, but also in the solar system that the constant electromagnetic transmissions around Earth do not overwhelm the radio signals from the cosmos. So we're going to build radio telescopes on the other side of the moon. And and also radio waves are really intriguing. Like they're like really long signals and ranging from the length of a football field to larger than our planet. And I remember when Hertz discovered radio signals, like in the beginning, he said, this is just an experiment that proves Maestro Maxwell was correct. we have these mysterious electromagnetic waves that we cannot see with our naked eye, but they are just out there. And I think Hertz may have like underestimated what could be done with these enigmatic waves. Like throughout the 20th century, radio waves were weaponized during the wartime. It was developed for astronomical research and extended into more weird realms such as SETI research or investigations of paranormal activities. Like one of the most famous Chinese cybernetician, Chen Xuezhen, he was like a rocket scientist, but when he got back to China, he just got obsessed with connecting radio frequencies with what he believed is the essence of Chinese medicine, the qi, like the invisible energy that flows through us. And he firmly believed, like he even like invented devices to detect that frequencies. And I think the eerie fact of the ubiquitous existence of radio waves that are invisible to human eyes are also intertwined with our imaginations of telepresence, teleporting, cryptic messaging, ghost hunting, and transmission of all kinds of mysterious energies. And it was also through radio astronomy that we could potentially detect a series of ontologically ungraspable celestial bodies, such as a black hole. And I just really want to share this. I think people may have listened to it before, but this is how a black hole sounds like. And I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's a nice background sound if you want to work. And before taking you guys to the radio telescope that I work with, I wanted to share a little bit of my small discovery with a British radio telescope. So this is a story of a guy called Bernard Lovell, who was an English physicist and also a radio astronomer. And I think the case of him could be a perfect example of like how radio technology was intertwined with, for example, military cosmic exploration or like this mysticism of Cold War. So during the Second World War, this guy Lovell, and he was focused on developing like radar systems for military aircraft. And after the war ended, he attempted to use the ex-military equipment to conduct research on cosmic rays. And later on, he had this huge ambition to build the back then non-existing radio telescope. So in 1952, Lovell signed a contract with a Sheffield company to build a 250 feet steerable radio dish. And that was the startup project, which essentially also led to the threat of imprisonment of Lovell himself, because it was just too expensive. Like the huge debt it caused almost led him to prison. And also the construction of the radio telescope was a real struggle. Like they had to use like salvaged materials, even like recycled part, like discarded components from battleship. And the hardship of trying to prove to the world that we need a radio telescope really ended in 1957 when the telescope he built at Georgia Bank became the first and the only device in the world that was capable of tracking the ICBM missile to which Sputnik was attached. So it served as the early warning device against potential attacks from behind the Iron Curtain. And before it could reveal like deeper, clear science signals of cosmic reality, the telescope was preoccupied with the tensions of orbital competition between the two parts of the world. And its listening capacity was totally used for detect artificial stars. And this is the record of tracing Sputnik, and that's Lovell himself. And there was also a gossip that, so basically Lovell wrote a lot of diaries during the Cold War times, and the diaries were disclosed after his death. And in the diaries he wrote about, this is a total gossip, so sorry. He wrote about his journey in 1963, and he basically visited the Soviet Union for a scientific exchange. And that included an unexpected trip to an advanced radio telescope at Yevpatoria. And he suspected that the Soviet intelligence agents attempted to erase his memory using radio technology. So the technology developed for sensing was, in this case, used to erase. Yeah, and also in astronomy, there is this really famous saying, when we look at the sky, we're looking into the universe's past. Like, in many ways, astronomical telescopes are considered as memory retrieving devices. So like, we are taking signals and information from the universe, and radio telescopes are believed to have the most sensitive capacities for capturing the faint signals from the cosmic dawn, the very beginning of the universe. And no information from the sky has ever been lost. Like, everything's still out there, just in the form of invisible signals, fleeting, lingering, escaping from our attention. Yep, and this is my telescope. So in the past few years, I've been closely following the story of this thing, which began to operate a few years after Lovell himself passed away. And the device is seen as part of China's broader effort to host world-class facilities and what we call the Great Science, that are intricate, mega-scale, and sometimes uncanny. But before taking you to this telescope, I wanted to take you to the regions, the place where the telescope is located, the region's most distinctive feature, the caves. And you will find out later why the caves are actually so deeply connected to the telescopes. So a few years ago, a paleontologist from China accidentally found the tiles in the toilet sink of the city airport were actually made of fossils that are hundreds of millions of years old. And the name of the fossil is called, I'll try to pronounce it, Paracomchidium shiqiensis. So basically there are two characters found the name of the fossil, Shiqian, which is the name of the town where the fossil comes from. And it actually means, cave and sky in the local language. In Taoism, caves, in a way, are seen as topological passages through time and space. Like, we have like so many stories about people, for example, like entering a cave and then in one place and then emerging somewhere like thousands of miles away. So caves are usually considered as a spatial temporal tunnel. And it's also like, for me, it feels like once someone enters a cave, like time, distance, the cycles of day and night, and also the membrane kind of between the inside and outside would all fall into a kind of uncertainties. And the caves are also, the most notable geological feature of the region, as you can see here. Like, they have fossils in the toilet. And the local people would say, like, there are no 3 consecutive days of clear sky, just as there are no 3 consecutive miles of flat land. So during my research trip, I also participated in some of the cave tours. Like, we just entered the caves. And I was told that the real danger inside a cave is not about how deep you go, but whether your headlamp stays lit. So once the light goes out, even if you're not that further like inside, as long as you can't see the entrance, you could be trapped in the cave forever. And there is also a history about caves in the Guizhou area hiding and holding interesting things. Like, during the 1950s, because of this geological prospecting for minerals, coals, and even uranium in the region, the caves in the region, they basically played a really significant role in China's heavy industrial history, particularly regarding technology and national defense. So the first Chinese nuclear mushroom cloud detonated in this place called Nopnor in 1964 actually traces its origins all the way back to the caves in Guizhou, because it was from these caves that the key materials from the socialist nuclear industry was basically provided, and the name of the mine is called 761. And Nopnor is also this is the uranium mine. And the place that I mentioned just now is also a long-term nuclear testing site from 1959 to 1996, which was also the place where there's this really famous Chinese biochemist, Peng Jiamu, went missing in 1980. And the disappearance of this biochemist at a nuclear testing site actually also gave rise to a lot of gossips connecting, like nuclear experiments, radiation poisoning, and a really mysterious alien device that was supposed to be discovered in the desert. Like this is like really deep desert. And apparently this alien device was, according to the rumors, capable of duplicating materials in pairs and entangle them. So quantum entanglement, but on a macro scale. And sorry. And other people say that Pong, the biochemist, might just have entered a time tunnel created by this alien device and was trapped in the tunnel of time. So yeah, this is a piece of an artist of mine who's also telling the story of the weird device that duplicates basically everything. And also, like in this place, we have this notable like karst. It's called karst landscape, and it carves out like countless negative sort of geological forms, like profound caverns, endless underground rivers, and sinkholes. They call it sky sink. And stone, I mean, it's really all stones. Yeah, I mean, I think, well, to me, like in its essence, stones are usually considered like solid and enduring, but in Guizhou, I feel like the rock layers here are like totally full of bubbles of all shapes and sizes, like a sponge. So this natural voids have hosted across different epochs, such as like fossils, mines, uranium mines, and military factories. So this was a factory also in Mao's China, like at the Third Front movement, in which China was constructing a lot of like industrial sites in the deepest mountainous areas in southwest and southeast. Northwest, yeah. And then this is one of the flight, like a military plane factories that was constructed in the caves because the caves are so huge. And also later on, of course, data centers, which is also one of my main research focus, and coffins. I have a black image here because I could not show the image, but essentially, the local people, the original residents of the area, Miao people, rather than burying their ancestors in the ground, they actually positioned the coffins in the caves, exposed to the air. And this exposed coffins almost resemble the server rooms of a data center, like arranged in a grid-like pattern, and they serve the same purposes for storage and memory. And I've really wondered like why they would do that, so I did a little bit of research. And the reason why Miao people entomb their ancestors in caves have a lot of like debate around them. So some people believe that the cave serves as the entry and exit point for the souls, whilst other people kind of think like, because the Miao people were actually migrated from the central part of China, so they're like sort of like exiles, diasporas in a way, and they have been waiting for generations for chance to return to the central land, so they would follow the underground rivers and all the way to the east. So I was listening to this one of the songs in the Miao funeral ceremonies. The priest would chant like, the mother, which means the spirit, returns to her homeland, to the boundless east, journeying all the way back to the ancestors' vast ancestral land. So I think in this sense, caves seem to mean a kind of suspended temporary storage space for ancestral memories, not buried, not exposed either, and stuck perfect in between in order to be set free in the unknown future to go home. Also I'm just gonna show you a video. And also in this book, On the Land, A Deep Time Journey, the author visits what he calls a starless river in Italy's karst region, so same type of geology. And he said, the waters of the Lees are the waters of amnesia, from which the shades of the dead must drink in order to forget their earthly existence. The Greek word Lees means oblivion and forgetfulness. It is countersaid by the Greek word aletheia, meaning unforgetfulness, unconcealment, and also truth. And similarly, in ancient Chinese myth, underground rivers like this are also metaphorically depicted as rivers of oblivion or forgetfulness. And one has to forget before reincarnating into next life. And in the regions of Guizhou, it's full of such kind of underground rivers of forgetfulness. And in the Miao, the local language, 落洞, so falling into the cave, carries a dual meaning. So first, it refers to sink down from a flat surface, becoming isolated from the surroundings. And secondly, it signifies a separation of the inner spirit from the world, a descendance into another realm, where one loses ability to connect or communicate with others as they once did. It basically implies that the soul has fallen into a cave. And I even encountered this really mysterious story of really young girls got possessed by the spirit of the cave, and they wanted to be the bride of the caves. and also, yeah, and they would just like enter this like really trance state of mind and firmly believe that they belong to the caves. And also the video that I showed you just now is actually the largest of such caves in the Guizhou region, and it's also known as the Earth's loophole because of its immense scale and unfathomable depths. And a weird feeling I had, like we had when we entered we kind of like went into the river, is that, you know, like in the cave, the river's surface actually felt perfectly still. It felt it was frozen in time, and the movement was so obscured by the huge chambers on both sides that you just have no idea where the direction of that river was. Like you don't know where it comes from, you don't know where it would go. And also, I think this kind of subterranean river also harbor like countless secrets, like ancient bacteria, obviously, and mysterious sacrificial idols, like which I couldn't take picture. I don't want to take picture, but there are interesting stuff, and also the memories of the Miao people. So, personally, I feel like it's as though this hidden body of water forms an underground nervous system, conducting incomprehensibly slow calculations, like a form of life, but gradually stirring from an ancient amnesia. But interestingly, the world's largest single spherical radio telescope, surprisingly, is also built on top of one of these dark rivers. And actually, it was also through radio technology that these liminal underground spaces were forced to manifest. So I was investigating the history of the construction of this telescope, and I realized that they did an MRI of the entire underland. So in 1990s, China decided to construct a huge telescope as part of its ambition, you know, like for large-scale scientific facilities. And the first ever mission was to find an ideal natural depression, a natural negative form, a sky sink, to host this gigantic artificial eye. Because a radio telescope, in a way, would require a very specific geometrical hosting, as well as precise control of the stability of the rock, the circulation of the water, and the local climate. So starting from 1994, you can see here, actually, there were like experts from the National Astronomical Observatory. They used remote sensing technologies and all kinds of radio technologies to conduct a broad search for suitable candidate areas to build such a telescope. And they analyzed over 400 depressions and created high-resolution digital terrain model images for 90 candidates. And also 2 different scientific research teams were commissioned to conduct parallel studies. And then basically what happens, both of the team picked the same site, which is called Dawadang Linpingtang. And yeah, then there's a little bit of a visualizing of this terrain, and this is underneath this telescope, and this is the telescope. So yeah, this is it. So basically, yeah, they used all kinds of planetary sensing technologies like satellite imagery, terrain simulations, data collection, and analysis. And in order to inspect one of this candidate terrain, the engineers had to cover a total number of 157 monitoring points, requiring the reading of 5,652 data points. So for the first time in history, the largest underground river beneath the sinkhole designated for the telescope has taken a visual form. And above the ground, the sky sink, it literally appeared as an almost inorganic, perfect geometrical shape. But beneath the surface, the dark, surging river actually induces profound uncertainty to the structure itself, because when the rain falls, it will kind of like percolate into the earth and merge with the dark river below. So whenever there's like really heavy rain, the underground river will also flood. Yeah, and also if you take, and this is how it was originally. Yeah, but like I may be missing one image here, but okay, I'm just gonna explain. So if you take a closer look at this monolithic radio device, actually there are 3 different layers. So the first one is the really obviously spectacular near paraboloidal shape formed with actually like they have like actuators, so that will push and pull each panel in order to like in real time, how do you say, like perform to create a perfect reflective surface. And under this perfect surface, there is actually a server room. So beneath this vast barrel, which is a repository of astronomical data, because the mission of this device is to search for example, pulses, fast radio burst, and on location static signals. Beyond, like even below this, the server room is the dark river, which is, in my eyes, an immeasurable reservoir of peripheral memories and a realm of chaos underlying this order and precision and the unknown beneath the known. So the natural condition of this sky sink was so harsh, and originally only a few families were living here, and most of them are from the Miao and Boyi ethnical minority groups. And they have been living here for like generations, like probably like thousands of years. And until one day, they were provided with very generous government subsidies saying that you need to relocate because this area was to become a radio silent zone so that a telescope can be listening to the universe. So again, weirdly, a technology developed for sensing was used to erase. And the radio wave band covered by the FAST telescope ranges from 70 megahertz to 3 gigahertz. So that is encompassing of frequencies used by, for example, FM radios, mobile phones, Bluetooth microwaves, or even those for satellite navigation and radar transmissions. So in order to allow this telescope to perform, people even had to, like, for example, alter the trajectory of the flights, because that will cause interference of such device. And in other words, FAST demands an absolute, profound silence. And this is how they clean it. And in the early 20th century, the Japanese scholar Tori Ryozo, he compiled a lot of like materials to provide interpretation of the Miao people, so people who lived here, Miao people and Boyi people's ancestral stories. And I was reading all kinds of materials and sources, and I realized that in ancient legend of the Miao people, the world actually originated from what they call blue mist and black mist. And they even believe that there is a liminal state between yin and yang. So everyone knows that, like from China, we have this like cosmology of yin and yang, and this like really dynamics between the two notions. But actually the Miao people believe that there is a third state, which is between yin and yang. And it was forced to sort of like condensed to yin and yang because of the tension between the Miao people and people from China, like the central China. So it was a result of the Miao people submitting to the Han people of the central plains, that the yin yang in between was kind of became just yin and yang. So I was wondering, like, would a radio signal be yin or yang or in between? Or would a radio signal felt closer to the blue mist or the black one? Or the vacuum of radio signal that this device requires, would that allow the distant, really faint messages from the deep space to be heard, but would it also allow the subterranean memories to like just under this telescope to surface? So I also attended a lecture by one of the engineers from the telescope, and who shared that many of the relocated Miao people were invited back to construct this telescope. So join the construction team to create something I would say totally unrecognizable to them. And the geological condition of the sky sink, so this place was just so harsh, so extreme, that almost, I mean, a lot of like modern machinery just could not be transported or operated here. So, which essentially required a lot of work to be done in more conventional way by hand, manual labor. And for example, like to create this sort of the foundation of the telescope, it actually meant like digging really deep holes. And what happened during the construction site was so there would be like one person working below ground, and someone stood like on the above to ensure the partner's safety. And the engineer, when he was giving a lecture about, it's a very technical lecture actually, but he was trying to explain like how great like these actuators work. But he mentioned in one sentence actually during the lecture, he said usually if father and son would form an ideal work team, and friends and couples won't do that because it's only the bond between father and son is the most stable one, and it's the tie of the blood. So only father and son would work in between to construct the foundation of this telescope. And also the same year, when this colossal thing began to operate across the globe and deep within the rainforest in Puerto Rico, another telescope collapsed, which is Arecibo, and no one witnessed its death. I think, in a way, a giant radio telescope is a means of eavesdropping on the information of the universe, and today FAST has become the most prolific telescope in detecting, for example, pulsars, which are essentially enigmatic celestial bodies that rotate and emit rhythmic pulses like a heartbeat in space. And some scientists envision a future where a matrix of pulses would be used to navigate through the stars when we are able to travel like in an interstellar way. And but for me, it's really kind of seldom recognized that such an immense apparatus is more than an instrument of observation. It's an instrument of memory, because it's constantly, non-stoply, like collecting data from the, from the surroundings, from the universe, and the data collected in one single day would take a month to be processed and analyzed. So I noticed a really interesting dynamic here. Like, for example, the device devours the universe's entire past, like, because it's so sensitive, and it takes like signals from the really, really far end of, the edge of all we know. The faint whispers of radio signals from the sky, but it does not have real-time memory, because it can only take and then having a device to process the memory, which takes a much, much longer time. And I think I really lost some images. I'm just going to be telling the final bits of the story. So what happened to the villagers who relocated from the original depression? So they are now residents of a brand new astronomical town located just on the outskirts of the radio signal silent zone. And in this town, roads are named after Galileo and Einstein. And stories about astronauts, aliens, parallel universes, and three-body problem are just so widely marketed to the travelers in the town. And because, after all, the FAST telescope is also one of the few research sites. Sorry. Yeah, I should watch it. That SETI is listed as one of its major missions. And what's going to happen to the telescope? So in the future, I think this is one of the current plan. So in the middle is the FAST, and you see there are like tons of smaller radio telescopes, and it's going to be called FAST Matrix, which hopefully will be established in the near future. And what I know is that the radio silence zone will keep expanding. So if you remember the ancient Male myth, the world was born from blue mist and black mist, and mist and fog, instead of solid matter, are the essence of all beings in their stories. So if you aim an antenna skywards, and you will find that in any direction you will capture the low humming of the universe, which is known as the cosmic microwave background. It is also a mist that never fades. So I wonder if the ancestors of the male people had already sensed the hums of the universe, just felt as invisible signals. It was a mist of radio waves drifting through time. So this is a very short clip from a film that a friend made, because I think it really, really captured the climate in the greater region is always misty. Um, and I think over the like the vast stretches of time, the original form of the blue mist and the black mist have really faded beyond knowing. Like I don't even know like why they're called blue and black mist. And I think astronomical telescope is a time device, whereas the caves and underground dark rivers are also time tunnels. So no matter if whether you look up or you look downwards, you will encounter a distant past, either the past of the cosmos or the past of the ancestors. And to reach out and touch this past, I think in a way we have to let go of some of the nearer memories, because the real past often hide within the faintest, farthest signals. So in a way, I think the radio silent zone erases such a kind of recent memories like microwaves, Bluetooth, cameras, digital watches. So if you're gonna visit the telescope, you have to kind of hand over everything digital that you have. And if you descend into a cave drifting with a dark river, you will also find that all devices needing electromagnetic communication will also fall silent. So in a way, I felt like this is totally my streams of unconsciousness. So stripped of electromagnetic time, the time of the ancestors begin to emerge. Remote sensing and other invisible wavelengths have revealed the subterranean world, making it possible to outline and map flapped subterranean world, like flapped it inside out. But I think the river's essential unknowability lies in its symbolism, the forgetfulness. If we say that a radio telescope's capture and computation of data will ultimately grant us the power to impose order on the linear time of the cosmos, then the underground rivers and caves allows us to lose track of such time. So, last a bit of underground river travels, and I'm going to read the last paragraph. So both the formation of the dark rivers and the construction of such a gigantic telescope are related to karst geology. The caves are basically formed by such geological processes. But karst geology is also known as the cancer of the earth. So one potential future of the entire land, the karst landscape, is called desertification. So everything will turn into stone. And a biological solution found to slow the process of desertification is a particular type of plant called Cynanthrum ontophyllum, which is also believed to have therapeutic effects on human depression and memory loss. And that was the end. Thank you.
I mean, I hear you, but I can't really see. So I have like the ceiling. Okay, nice. That's much more better. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll pick the word folklore because I think from the beginning that like dealing with like let's say like almost an estranged knowledge to us from let's say the modern perspective, like when we look into like the Sufi texts, etc. But somehow when we start digging, we could like I was the other day we had a conversation how, for example, like the modern physics or like especially the moment of quantum kind of created the possibility to address certain questions like for example or certain ideas that were already like accepted or popular within Sufi circles like like the theory of like helomorphism for example where um, usually like in within the modern science we have this idea like really hard materialism in a way that the world is made from one matter but again when we go back to this like old idea that maybe you have like the movement of the hula like this old matter and then every time it takes different shapes and that's a very like a motif that comes a lot in like for example like Ibn al-Arabi's like understanding of language for example where um, language doesn't have to be like it doesn't care about being objective in the sense that it has to talk about the material but there is already like this space that you can never access which is like this old matter material and then there is a wall and then there's this space that maybe can come through language. This is like the forms. Um, so certain moment like this allow us to say, oh yeah, maybe you can also kind of take seriously what kind of is considered as folklore. Maybe there's like something that we, from an Orientalist perspective, we would think about it as being unscientific if we really care about something to be scientific. Um, yeah, so that's like the example that kind of um, uh, comes to my mind now.
I guess for me, I don't know if methodology could be the right word, but I think I operate with a feeling of trust. So trust in the sense, I mean, like, not necessarily thinking the scientific apparatus is the only apparatus that can provide profound truth. But there are other forms of apparatuses. We just have to trust them, and they can come in material way. They can come in all kinds of fluidity. But for me, trust, a sense of trust of letting go, like you just trust whoever tells you about whatever weird things, is not about liability, but it's about a way of identifying, sometimes through oblique entry points, the effective components of a narrative. And I think that is, if methodology, that's what I operate with. Mm.
So yeah, I'm also brought back to variability, because you mentioned variability, and also this could be this was a definition that also Leibniz was giving, like as a proto science fiction writer and philosopher for science fiction, is that's the way to see all these variations. Um, and I was also thinking about, also, I don't know why, because I'm here, but thinking about Whitehead, in a sense, who also is kind of very hard, like devilishly hard to read. But he's also this kind of liminal figure that doesn't fit into the analytical or continental or philosophy of science and so on. And in a weird way, he is also going towards more like non-European kind of philosophies and understandings of the cosmos, let's say, and science. And also I wanted to mention this, that it's very strange that scientists and the megastructures themselves are kind of strangely approachable, in the sense that a few years ago I was doing a project in Geneva at the CERN with disaster detours, it was called, and we were doing this kind of touring around this kind of folklore that the scientists were producing at some point, when they broke down, like the large collider was brought down. And one of the theories, like a Japanese scientist, I think he thought like a particle actually had some kind of intentionality, and it broke the machine down. And that was the one of the things we explored in conspiring with, not officially, but with this institution there. So it was possible. No.
Well, yeah, I mean, many people also believe that when CERN is open, it will open a black hole. And
Exactly.
okay.
True.
Like
True.
everything will go inside
True.
the black hole and super collider. Yeah, what is also like really striking to me from this today, presentations and sessions, is that for me myself, I find it a lot of this kind of like resonance. Like when, for example, when Mariam and Azur talking about this whole idea of the book that is very very much also like. I could also like classify it as kind of like this the emanation theory in Sufism. Like everything started from like one point, and then it become like becoming like a kind of like a projection. That is also pretty much kind of like could even like resonate to the Neoplatonist theory of Plotinus and stuff like that. But coming from Indonesia, there's also this theory of mandala, which is like there's one small point and it becomes like bigger and bigger and bigger. So there's kind of like this resonance that happens, in the different kind of like a part of the world. And that's also like when we were talking about ufologists that happened in Romania, pretty much the same with what happened in Indonesia. And then werewolves. There's also were tiger in Southeast Asia, where people turn into a tiger. in order to kind of against the colonialism, as kind of like a symbol of like against colonialism, because there's only tiger there. We don't have wolves, but there's a were-tigers. And when Iris talk about like coffins in the hill, like people in Sagada in Philippines, they do also like coffin hill funerals, like where they put like a body and then the coffins on the hills, and also people in Toraja in Sulawesi also do the same thing. So I was wondering, like, we were talking a lot about this kind of like weirdness, strangeness, like something that is liminal, something that, unexplained phenomenon. But apparently it's kind of like resonates everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just then when we were think about this kind of like phenomena is somehow like maybe all of the knowledge that we know is somehow kind of like hegemonized through this kind of like scientific way of thinking about subject, that you have to falsify it, that you have to verify it, you have to kind of like, something has to be measured. But when we kind of like trying to look back, maybe not look back, but if we think hard, it is actually resonate. These are different kind of practices that is actually similar. So I was wondering, like, again, maybe not the questions of methodology, but what do you think that this different kind of like forms of knowledge is actually much more shared outside this kind of like a rational, like something that is like pretty much kind of like rigid and analytical, but is actually more resonated into this different kind of places in the world.
Yeah, I was telling Iris about how there was kind of like all of these different resonances, like when you were talking about the caves, and the story of Khidr that we talked about earlier comes from a chapter in the Quran titled The Cave, which talks about the sleepers in the cave, and this kind of like, again, like we use the word quantum a lot to think about like what happens to time in these kinds of like stories and these prophetic tales. But also, like when you were talking about the space between the yin and the yang, and something that we didn't explain a lot was the ilm al-barzakh. Barzakh is like the liminal space. It's like it's this in-betweenness, and it's also like that. I'm not good at science, but like it's like when the atom does this, like that's the space of barzakh, and barzakh holds like a lot of things. But I think it's also important, like something that we're learning more and more. I mean, it's hard to call this research because it's kind of like life knowledge work, but like when you kind of go into these like Sufi methodologies, and there's the two kinds of knowledge, which is like al-ilm al-zahir and al-ilm al-batin, and one is like the kind of empirical, kind of like Ikhwan al-Safa, what we were talking about, like the knowledge of the law, the knowledge of the things that are tangible, the knowledge of materials, and ilm al-batin, which is like an intuitive, it's like here, like this is where that knowledge is. It's like in the stomach, and it's like the knowledge that, I don't know if, so I think it's also like this dichotomy that modernity created between kind of like empirical knowledge and the like thinking about like holographic universe theory versus like Ibn Arabi talking about light, like that to me is like the same, exactly, it's the same thing, like but there's these different kinds of approaches to talking about. I don't know if you want to expand on that, Azur.
Yeah. No, I like the idea that or the question of Riar about like thinking again about some type of like almost stellar, like, or like resonance that maybe the modern brain or the modern reason kind of separated us. But like it sounds nice, but I also think that probably like our obsession with like geometry is pretty recent in a way. And I think, for example, what's really important from what I learned, at least from all the lineage of the different school, that sometimes borrow things from Sufism, sometimes borrow, or most of the time borrow a lot of things from local knowledges, is the centrality of the body, and kind of like a close, I don't know, like, it's not to bring an idea about being too close to nature or something, but um, um, yeah, there is maybe like when I think about geometry, I think about like corruption, you know, like that maybe a language that now with like the most theories think like, okay, it's proper to Greek and maybe European kind of universalism, but maybe when we think about the body as a center and like how the body and like al-ma'rifa al-hadsiya, like the kind of direct knowledge and how you get it straight, and then how you, if you understand the light, how you also understand that if you are a part of the cosmos, you think in terms of continuum, not in terms of separation, which what geometry brings. Yeah, that's why I was yeah, very good at.
I just want to share a story very quickly. Just considering this sort of like dichotomy between, you know, like objective scientific truth and the whatever the other part of that is. But I think in my experiences, most of the time the two are just like really deeply intertwined with each other. Like they're not against each other, and we're not like operating a really kind of like binary way. I was in Switzerland last summer. I went to CERN and also went to another institute called PSI, which is a light source. It's also an accelerator, and I met a physicist, and he was actually he was the person who took me to the site, and he said, you know, I want to give workshops to art students, and I was like, what do you want to teach? And he said, I want to tell them how do you say, epistemology of light. And that thing just struck me, because I just realized, oh my god, yeah, in a physicist mind, light is such a different thing. Like it's not just taking the visual form, is, you know, in frequencies, in waves, and in all this kind of like subatomic existence. And I thought, yeah, maybe there are a lot of interesting things that can emerge from other sides. Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to say about this historic trial of old teas is that you know, it's kind of against type in a way, like against a lot of other tales about werewolves just being kind of agents of, let's say, darkness. But it's a different story, and the book I was referencing was written by two authors. I was talking a bit more about Bruce Lincoln and talking about this idea of him, old teas as an example of resistance, but Carlo Ginzburg, who's done lots of other work, but one of the things that I need to dive in a bit more myself into his research into it, but he's interested in maybe connecting that, like he's done work on Benedatti in Italy, and this idea of another case of sort of like people using beneficial witchcraft or something, like this idea of that he's trying to, or seems interested in, like a connecting culture, like maybe pre-culture. It's definitely a harder hypothesis to prove, but this idea that maybe there's like kind of unifying threads that over how long have been dispersed but pop up in different ways. Yeah.
I mean, there is not many scientists here, but so I also don't want to talk as a scientist, because I'm not a scientist, but science is in trouble. This is yeah, and you know, like also in terms of outreach, you know, because they always try harder and harder and harder, and it's like a losing battle somehow. And also it's also they not, I don't want to say like fall into the trap you know, but of mysticism, but they are really like conscious of the stuff that they are reaching some sort of limits, not only in the terms of equipment, but also in terms of theoretical and conceptual limits. It was also interesting talking about this kind of inner feeling, that drives you, and this kind of, that's not, let's say, empirical. I was just reading and talking to Riar about the first book that Carlo Rovelli wrote, this one with Anaximander. And he starts exactly like this. He doesn't oppose science to irrationality or so on, but to another science. He's just saying that science is super boring and sort of doesn't, it's not coming from there, it's not coming from the verification principle, but is coming from completely, like feeling and affect and body and so on, and curiosity and wonder about the immensity of the unknowing.
Can I say something really fast? Just like in terms of that, and also thinking about what you were saying about light, like when I think about how, because there's like holographic data storage now where you can like beam light and then you can store memory in that. And when I think about like how a scientist or a physicist would try to explain like a light phenomena, like how light is able to kind of like beam a pattern that then stores data that then we can retrieve by beaming the same pattern, like that's so it really pales in comparison to thinking about what light does in terms of traveling distance and time, and then like how much it experiences in that and inherently carries. And like I don't think you can talk about that in like a like you can't quantify that, you can put numbers to it and you can say this is how we're gonna, like reading all the like patents that they're trying to like get for the holographic data storage, but like it's poetry, like how you can actually understand that is through like another kind of language. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, light even until today is still a mystery. Is it a wave?
Yeah.
Is it a particle?
Yeah, nobody knows.
Yeah, speaking of mystery, I think there's a lot of burning questions from the audience member. Yeah, we can have some Q&A, and maybe someone wants to ask a question.
I just remembered something I was going to add to this quickly about maybe a relation between folklore and science. There's a film I was going to maybe talk about in the presentation, but ended up not. But it's a fantastic sort of folk horror fantasy film called November from 2017. And part of the story, there's a folkloric creature apparatus called a krat. This is an Estonian film, and it is kind of like an automaton. Like it's kind of like but I just found it really interesting because when I was reading a bit about it, that in Estonia they're making some. Not sure if it was legislation or there was something to do with AI, but they were calling it after this folkloric thing, this krat. Like there was some sort of just as like a kind of a callback, but as like it has a cultural resonance. But I just found it as an interesting connecting point.
Any questions? If not, I'm going to ask very hard questions. Yeah, I mean, waiting for questions. I was wondering because even from yesterday, like most of the our research, our kind of like knowledge formations is very much kind of like also site specific or like situated knowledge. Like knowledge that is very much kind of situated in like one specific area. What I'm really interested in this, like, I think we can also talk about like how we move on further into the future. Just a small anecdote that I found it's like really interesting. Are you familiar with Gunung Padang? It's a conspiracy theory about allegedly a pyramid located in Indonesia that was built by a ancient 20,000 years ago, like some kind of like proto-human. Anyway, there was even a Netflix series, whatever. What do you call it? Like this kind of thing. Yeah, like ancient archaeologies. Yeah, with this guy Graham Hancock, I think his name. Anyway, the what is really interesting is that the Indonesian government, they think that they will pour so much money for researching this kind of like archaeological site, because at some point they were thinking a lot about this idea that, oh, actually we were someone before, you know, we were actually someone in this planet. We are not like just a pariah state where, like, you know, we are just following this Western scientific thinking. So then the Indonesian state starting to this idea of an ethno-futurist based on this kind of like looking back into the past, that we have this kind of like technological advancement back then.
When you were little.
When we were like, yeah.
When the others were.
But the archaeologists, like legit, like super archaeologists, says that it's not even a human-made structures. It's a dormant volcano. You know, like all of this kind of like structures that you find in this allegedly pyramids are volcanic rocks. And then the Indonesian government feels like, no, we pour so much money in order for us to be like, you know, like we were someone before. And that's kind of like really this narrative of like ethnofuturism that also look into this kind of like the history, the long history, like maybe quote unquote, you know, like prehistory, pre-scientific, pre-enlightenment kind of like history. When we were thinking about states, when we were thinking about like this very much kind of like, you know, like something that is like one this knowledge to be like centralized, and then to kind of like show off to the world that we were someone before. I think this narrative is very much kind of like also a little bit, I would say, a bastardized version of decolonialism, decolonial thinking, right? But there's this kind of like almost a wrong turn, you know, like, and so I was just like wondering, because we were like talking a lot about some sites, some places relating to kind of like knowledge formation state. It's pretty much like embedded in the locality, quote unquote locality, although it's, you know, like we were talking about similarities, etc. before. I was just wondering, how do you think about this, like the idea of the ethnofuturist, that, you know, you're looking in the back in order to kind of, I wouldn't say, I'm not saying that you were like ethnofuturist, you know, like it's just like to think about like it's actually states appropriating this idea. I also remember there's this Sangshidu in China, like this place where they found out there's this like archaeological sites that we Chinese were like long time ago were like someone in this planet, you know, like so I'm curious with, because it's a situated knowledge, site specific, like what do you think of this idea?
I wonder, Azur, do you want to start? Maybe should you start with the ethnofuturism debate?
Wait, maybe throw something and then
I'll try something. Yeah, I mean, I think about this a lot because of the Egyptian context, and there's a very material way in which our current dictatorship like reappropriates this ancient civilization in order to advance a very particular system of cultural understanding within the Egyptian context. And when I think about like how we relate to the past, if we're like really thinking about this Sufi kind of, if we're thinking about it in a kind of in that way, right? Like time is not what is not this kind of linear past progress situation, which is why in this book, which we thought a lot about, like, how do you call something that you are kind of, that is being revealed to you in a language that's not the language of speculation, because the language of speculation is the language of planning, and it's the language of like future quantification. And I think like when we include like someone like a kind of, you know, 20th century poet alongside, you know, a 12th century poet alongside a text that comes from God or like somewhere else, then we're thinking not in terms of like this continuum, right? Like we're not out of the paradigm. It's a continuous kind of, which is why I think it's also important to identify that the rupture of 1492, which is this kind of like, this is when modernity starts, right? Like when Columbus discovers America, this is like for everyone, this is when the modern starts. And for us, I think it's a part of a longer continuum, right? Like there's no rupture in the way we see it. I don't know, Azor, if you wanna talk. Maybe you have a different take also. We don't have to have the same takes.
No, yes, and also I think sometimes it's also the word that we use is for like, for example, I know Riar is also interested as me also like in conspiracy, but when we use the word conspiracy, we are already like kind of putting a ticket on it, while because for like, let's say, democratic whatever kind of context, it's important to have like some ethics of like the truth, etc., like the whole network. But there is also like this, at least, but when you are from the margin, let's say, again, situate, then maybe sometimes this like power of imagination is important as well. Like there's like the importance of rumors, the importance of like the ideas, the stories that travel with like totally strangers that comes visit your town or your city and then leave like incognito, in unknown again, or like and that story kind of stays there. And sometimes, like if you are like when you start like looking into like popular culture, is mostly made of this type of like rays, like stories that travels carried by total like strangers, but try to um, make sense of the world, no? And I think even today it's more meaningful, like especially in areas where like the extraction is much more, or like the extractivist economies are much more stronger than. It's important to that space of conspiracy and rumors kind of, or narration kind of raise, because if you have like a modern state that controls all the channels of like the information, then it's important to have that space. Yeah. So that I have that's maybe my comment on conspiracy, but also in terms of like time, I like when thinking about this book, there's like this word that comes to a lot of my mind. It's like the Ukrainia, which is like the idea of how to access because a lot of like ways we think about time and this history, especially like Sayyid al-Hurra times, we think from, let's say, European categories of or like hawliya, how do you say, like the way we categorize this is the classic age, whatever, like, but these like the major events that move, that define an era and or close an era and open, are more meaningful to metropoles, less than. I liked when you said maybe the Andalus time, there's no rupture between maybe the Andalusian or like the fall of Andalus time and maybe the current time in connection to Palestine, for example. And maybe here like Ukrainia would kind of make sense because suddenly things happen, like we access all histories at the same time, or we access all the event at the same time. It's not like that Sayyidah Hurra already like whatever she does, but maybe it's a character that could come back or could be reinvested even today, and maybe that's why even we kind of invoke her names. I don't know if this Ukrainia kind of makes sense. Okay.
About the futurological aspect, I was thinking also that I really don't want to be polemical, but I mean, what's the science of the future? In Romania, it was called viitorologie, viitor, future, futurology, and now we have singularitarians and futurologists of today that are very retrograde. I must say, this is also important to understand. I mean, on many levels, not only philosophically, but also, I don't know, social thinking, also in terms of science fiction. They are not very up to date. They are like really pulp, I don't know, like golden age of sci-fi, maybe earlier, no, I mean before space opera or something like that, you know, but they are into this kind of prediction and speculation about our future.
I think Ria did bring up a really valid point about the fact that we are encountering a lot of like social agenda, governmental, social, political agenda in defining versions of time and history in the future, which is also, I think, pretty apparent in the we call like the great science field, because it's a real competition. Like we know that, like, you know, China is building this great big collider, and then I was at a conference last year, and people were debating about next version of CERN, and they say like, oh, what if China builds the next big one? So I mean, I think what's implied here is like this kind of large-scale scientific projects are also social engineering projects. It's a collective efforts, usually across different countries, different knowledge realms, from across science and engineering, and also transgenerational. So in a way, the existence of such things prerequisite a unique sort of like a temporal spatial coordinate, like a kind of stability to allow this to happen. But actually, I mean, I think I'm witnessing this like fragmentation of this process. We may not have this kind of large-scale collective scientific projects anymore. But I think I'm not entirely familiar with the very like retro part, but I do think what's interesting here is like the desire to, I wouldn't use the word colonialize, but a little bit colonialize time, the desire to own the narrative or explanation of time either through the past or to the future. And I do feel like there is a kind of tension in especially fundamental science at the moment about how this kind of desire may emerge. Like we want to, you know, own the story of, you know, like the nature of time in a way. Yeah.
I was just thinking about how, like, even the context of Latvia, the use of folklore in nation building, and one of the the novel by the French author Mariam about the were-bear in Lithuania, but this idea of that character being like someone who's almost like an amateur ethnographer, or who's like collecting and translating. But there were also like, you know, this was part of like nation building too, like building out archives of folklore to like understand what the place is in a way, and to various ends, which can be problematic. But one of the things I find maybe potentially exciting about something like folk horror is like turning that on its head a little bit, or not every instance of that genre would do it necessarily, but I think there's a huge potential of like uncovering or unsettling identity claims and like relations to place that is very profound. Like, and one of the examples, for example, in the English context, I think is very effective at doing that is the film Penda's Fen, which is really worth looking up. Yeah.
If there's no questions, I think we can have rest. I'm going to explode because so much information is in my head now. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone who joined. Thank you, Azur.